Chapter 1075. After confirming that the plan was feasible, the two of them split up to recruit more people. The peak beyond grade, as that Han Shao was more familiar with, were the three old friends of the dynasty. Most of the others were friends he had fought with. In comparison, Manison was more familiar with people. Radiance, Ethereal, the galactic black market, and the neutral peak beyond grade, as were all lobbied by him. Since his connections were indeed not as good as the other parties, Han Shao did not stop Manison from doing more work. He had already made up his mind to compete from other directions. Only the dynasty side was managed by Han Shao. He sent the development union proposal to Milizhao's and Kant, inviting the two of them to participate in this grand event. As for the Dark Emperor, Han Shao did not invite him. Thanks to the consensus reached during the meeting of the gods, most peak beyond grade as readily agreed to build a beyond grade A platform in the form of a development union. There were also a small number of people who hesitated, worried about the reaction of the three universal civilizations, but overall, it went smoothly. The direct beyond grade, as of the advanced civilizations, were not included in the list of invitees. When the development union was fully established, they would only send out invitations to this group of people. After all, most of these direct beyond grade as placed their own civilization above their personal interests. Although respectable, they were not on the same side. Kant and Milizhao's were both allies. While accepting Han Zhao's invitation, they also raised their concerns. Blackstar, your relationship with the dynasty has finally improved. Now that you're taking the lead to build a beyond grade A association, the dynasty will be unhappy with you, right? No ruler wants to see the unstable factors in their jurisdiction unite, but there's no other way. Everyone has different standpoints, so things can't always go as planned. Han Shao nodded. Kant reminded him, you have to be careful. Manison's goal is to seek benefits. He wants to tie the beyond grade as together and use them as his bargaining chip. You're still young, so don't be used by him. These peak beyond grade as actually knew that Manison wanted to use them, but because they saw long-term benefits, they did not reject this plan. I know his intentions, but doing this is beneficial to the beyond grade as, if it can really be realized, it can reduce the number of beyond grade as killing each other due to faction affiliation. On one hand, Han Shao wanted to preserve his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to intervene in the calamity of the supers as a chess player. If you ask me, Kant lowered his voice and said, if the Beyond Grade A Association is fully formed, we can solve the problem of excessive individual strength on our own. Every time the Beyond Grade As grow to a certain point, we'll do an internal cleansing and get rid of some of the non-lawful fellows, actively balancing the ratio of individuals to the collective. This is better than the three universal civilizations doing it personally. Hearing this, Han Shao couldn't help but take another look at him. This was to snatch the liquidation right from the hands of the three universal civilizations, using some ordinary beyond grade as the price to maintain their peak beyond grade A status. If they continued to develop normally, the beyond grade A association would indeed have a certain chance of evolving into such a state. When the beyond grade as were strong enough and successfully raised their status, the association would actively control the number of beyond grade as to prevent the three universal civilizations from massacring the beyond grade, as, with the beyond grade A association trimming the branches, they would maintain the number of beyond grade as at a level where they could threaten the three universal civilizations but not force them to take action. This way, they would be able to decide who to kill and how many to kill. With the initiative in hand, their losses would naturally be much smaller than if the three universal civilizations took action. Among the peak beyond grade as, there were probably quite a few who had the same idea as Kant. The act of climbing the wall and pulling out the ladder was nothing new. After all, once the number of beyond grade as reached a certain level, the nature of the organization would gradually change. To most beyond grade as, the risk far outweighed the benefits. As expected, although these peak beyond grade as agreed to join, they all had different plans. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Overall, there were no twists and turns in recruiting people. Very soon, the operation was carried out. The organizations of the leaders cooperated, mobilized resources, and planned to choose a location in the flickering world to build the development union's headquarters. Such a huge movement naturally couldn't be hidden from the other organizations, and the leaders did not intend to hide it. After all, the nature of the organization was not a secret, and the three universal civilizations were supposed to know about it. Of course, the news also reached the dynasty's ears. "Ha! Black Star is pushing his luck." In the ruler's office, Bekarodi slammed the table with a furious expression. He pulled a few of the hardline upper echelons and angrily scolded Han Shao in front of Urinril. "Look at Black Star's recent actions. He doesn't even put the dynasty in his eyes. He just eased the relationship with the dynasty, and he dares to do such a thing. Does he think that the dynasty's kindness in opening up the evolutionary totem is weakness?" Urinril rubbed her brows. "Then what do you think we should do?" Bekarodi yelled. "I think we should warn Black Star. If he insists, the dynasty will withdraw the order to open up the evolutionary totem as a warning to him." Urinril did not comment. "If we withdraw this order, what do you think Radiance and Ethereal will do?" "Humph, the two of them have coveted the evolutionary totem for a long time, but they know what's more important. On this issue, the evolutionary totem has to stand aside. Radiance and Ethereal will definitely not speak up for Black Star." Bekarodi's tone was confident, and he was very sure of this judgment. Urinril knocked on the table and slowly said, "You're right. However, after the meeting of the gods, we already expected such a situation. It's useless to warn Black Star alone. This is the general trend." When she found out that Black Star and the others had the intention of unifying the Beyond Grade, as she knew that the hardline faction would come to cause trouble. To be honest, Urinril did not like to see signs of Beyond Grade as working together. However, this issue was very sensitive and involved a lot of people, so she could not make a decision casually. Thus, she could not easily withdraw the order to open up the evolutionary totem and warn Black Star like what Bekarodi had said. His suggestion was rejected, but Bekarodi was not angry. He knew that the ruler would do this. This time, he was only there to express the attitude of the hardline faction, so he pretended to be angry and left with everyone. Only Urinril was left in the room. She shook her head, opened the star map of the flickering world, and analyzed the situation. Opening up the flickering world would affect the original structure of the universe. The dynasty had long known this. First, it was the Supercluster Alliance, and now it was the Beyond Grade as. The influence was gradually showing. The price of exploration and expansion is turmoil. Every class wants to redistribute the benefits. Urinril sighed. Currently, the Development Union was still a grassroots organization. Only a group of peak Beyond Grade, as were in the early stages of preparation. During this time, they would have to negotiate with the three universal civilizations, and it would take at least a few months for it to be officially established. This matter did not require full attention. Han Shao had a lot of free time, so he had been focusing on repairing and strengthening the Mech Legion, as well as creating new equipment. After many failures, he finally created the Gold Grade Emperor's cape in the workshop. This was the second universal treasure that he had personally created. Spirit Instrument unlocked the second layer effect, and at the same time, he received a new God's Trait transformation point. The second layer bonus also increased the basic success rate of Gold Grade blueprint creation and research. The increase was the same as the first layer too, 5% and 2% respectively. However, the second layer had a new attribute, which increased the mutation rate of Universe Wonders by 0.2%. Han Shao looked at the description. This was the basic increase in the probability of positive mutations during the creation of universal treasures. Space Wonders were usually stronger than normal gold grade equipment, and they might have some unsolvable supplementary abilities. Han Shao threw this God's Trait transformation point into the machinery path, and God's Trait transformation, machinery, unlocked the third layer effect. Third stage, +3 machinery skill level for class stages below, Apostle Mechanic, plus 50% assembly line production efficiency, plus 10% quality of assembly line products, minus 25% material cost, plus 1,500 INT, plus 30 potential points. It increased the levels of many basic machinery skills, increased the production speed, and even gave me some INT and potential points. Not bad, right? Han Xiao pondered. He had all sorts of skills that could convert INT into machinery affinity. 1,500 points gave him about a 400% increase in machinery affinity, and 30 potential points could at least upgrade his ultimate knowledge branch by 1 level. Although the third layer effect looked a little messy, it seemed pretty good when added together, especially the plus 3 basic machinery skills. The bonus was considerable. After all, low-level class stages also had many machinery affinity skills. This time, the target of the point reset was agility. Because of the amount of work involved, the difficulty of creating the Emperor's Cape was higher than the King's Cape. The value of the reset was 375 points, all of which were converted into free attributes. I've finally gotten this equipment. After solving the backlog of work, Han Xiao felt refreshed and put away the Emperor's Cape. Everything that needed to be built was done. It was time for him to make a trip to the secondary dimension. The flickering world beyond Grade A Development Union was still in preparation, and this was not something that could be done overnight. The 3 universal civilizations would definitely have the intention to hold him accountable and oppose him. He could guess what the dynasty was going to say, so it was a good opportunity for him to go out and avoid the dynasty's fatal calls. Furthermore, Ames had already stayed for quite some time, so it would not be good to make her wait for too long. On the other side, in the Red Empire territory, somewhere in the Constellation Corridor, this was a large galactic military fortress. A giant space-time gate that was several times larger than a normal Stargate lay in the middle of the base. It was currently in a dormant state and looked like an oval arch. A figure was floating in front of this giant space-time gate. It was Dark Emperor Claudi. He had taken off the uniform of the ruler's guards and changed into a specially made lightweight mechanical suit. The respectful voice of the base commander came from the communication channel of the helmet. Your Excellency Claudi, this mechanical suit is specifically used for traveling through secondary dimensions. It can anchor the coordinates of the main universe. There is also a portable anchoring device inside. Please do not damage or throw it away, or you might get lost in the overlapping secondary dimensions. No need to introduce me. It's not my first time going to a secondary dimension. Claudi's tone was calm. Okay, we are about to open the secondary dimension portal. His Excellency Guzer, who is in charge of the outpost, will welcome you. As his voice fell, the giant space-time gate in front of him gradually activated. Bright rays of light emerged from the gate and quickly turned into a vortex. This was a variant of the Stargate technology, a large-scale teleportation device specifically used to travel through secondary dimensions. Quietly watching the space-time gate activate, Claudi opened the secondary dimension database built into the mechanical suit. It stored the overview of the secondary dimensions that the dynasty had explored over the years, including the space coordinates and energy frequency records. The situation of the secondary dimensions was very different from the main universe. This database was equivalent to a map, and, at the same time, it could use tracking devices to remotely mark it. It was equivalent to a pathfinding system. Claudi browsed the database and filtered. His eyes quickly locked onto one of the secondary dimensions and silently marked it as the target location. This secondary dimension was called Evil Convergence. Chapter 1076. The secondary dimension was a bizarre world made up of a variety of planes. Many secondary dimensions had very different physical laws from the main universe, and most of them were not suitable for living creatures in the main universe. Some were naturally formed, while others were created from the imagination of advanced mages. The main universe was like the branches and roots of a tree, while these secondary dimensions were like leaves and fruits. There's a nutrient-energy connection between them. The researchers in the universe had created a worldview model for the secondary dimensions. It was like a world with countless bubbles stacked on top of each other. Each bubble represented a secondary dimension, and the space walls were much weaker than the main universe. The advanced civilizations had always been keen on exploring the secondary dimensions. Not only could they obtain special resources, but they could also develop various new technologies by studying the phenomena of different secondary dimensions. The three universal civilizations' research results in this area were very fruitful, and their technological strength in the universe largely came from this. Therefore, the three universal civilizations had set up a large number of outposts, research stations, and collection stations in the secondary dimensions, as well as station armies to protect the scholars and workers. Most of the time, they were dealing with the attacks of secondary dimension creatures. Outpost A000 was the dynasty's largest secondary dimension military camp, set up in a secondary dimension suitable for survival. The dynasty's exploration of this place had already been completed, and they had completely controlled and transformed this secondary dimension. They hoarded a large number of troops and used it as the dynasty's headquarters in the secondary dimension, acting as the gateway for the dynasty to enter the secondary dimension world. As soon as Claude stepped into this place, a magnificent scene jumped into his eyes. This secondary dimension separated the heavens and the earth, and the reddish-brown land extended all the way to the end of his vision without any bends. The continuous dynasty bases were located here, like a forest made of steel, and there was no end in sight. There were no stars in the sky, only gradually changing colors, like the blood-red clouds when the sun set. Magnificent rays of light flowed in the sky like the wind and clouds, forming a fog-like scene, forming different shapes. At the same time, in the distant sky, there seemed to be some kind of invisible light source hanging, forming the Tyndall effect, emitting a misty and dreamy light path. Claude was very familiar with this dreamy scene, but he had not seen it for many years. At this time, he could not help but stop and admire it. At this moment, a thunderous and forthright laughter suddenly rang out in the surrounding space. "Ha ha ha, Claude, you're finally on holiday?" Hardly had he concluded his sentence when a bolt of blue and green lightning darted out of the ground bases and stopped in front of Claude in the blink of an eye, revealing a brawny figure wearing the uniform of a senior general of the Imperium. Seeing this person, the usually serious Claude couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Guzer, long time no see." "Haha, I didn't expect you to come looking for me as soon as you're on vacation. You're indeed a good brother." The burly figure laughed. This person was a hybrid of the dynasty's human race and the Silvers, but he did not have much of the elegance of the Silvers. He had a rough and masculine appearance, with a wild beard and braided hair. If Han Shao was there, he would definitely mistake him for Zhang Fei. Thunder Guzer, a direct beyond grade A of the dynasty, an Esper with the ability to control plasma electricity. He was the guardian of the secondary dimension army all year round. The two of them had similar qualifications. Claude and Guzer had joined the army less than 5 years apart. They had known each other since they were weak and had always had a good relationship. Claude shook his head. "I'm not here on vacation this time. I have a mission." "No wonder you're not the ruler's guard for the time being." Guzer nodded and curiously asked, "Is this a secret order from the ruler? What does she want you to do?" "Hunting beyond grade as. The first target is the guy hiding in the secondary dimension called Traveler. He's suspected to have participated in the war in the flickering world not long ago. You know about that, right?" "Haha, of course I know. There's no entertainment here, but I watch the dynasty's news every day. I heard that Black Star defeated 12 beyond grade as, including Kasui and Sieran. How powerful. I really want to spar with such a strong person, but it's a pity I haven't seen him with my own eyes." Guzer's tone was filled with regret. He was guarding the secondary dimension and could not leave his post. "There will be a chance in the future," Claude comforted. Guzer did not hesitate and smiled. "Black Star is a great lad. When you retire, he'll probably be the one to replace you. It's a pity he's not a direct member of the dynasty." Claude did not comment and changed the topic. "The secondary dimension is your territory. I need your help to track Traveler. No problem. A cold light flashed in Guzer's eyes. In recent years, there have been more and more rats hiding in the secondary dimension. It's time to teach them a lesson. In a certain secondary dimension, Traveler was flying like a meteor wrapped in magic light. Suddenly, his speed came to a halt, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Mages would not ignore their intuition. Traveler stopped, took out a crystal ball, and cast a divination spell. He held the crystal ball with both hands, and specks of light floated out from his palms and merged into the crystal ball. Soon, the crystal ball rippled, and an image appeared. Claudi's face quickly appeared and disappeared. The Dark Emperor? Why would he have a relationship with me? Traveler's expression changed slightly. His actions during the rescue of Hela had only been pretending to spar and indirectly put pressure on them. He had not directly participated in the siege. In his opinion, even if the Black Star Corps was suspicious of him, as long as he hid in the secondary dimension, the other party would not waste their energy to make a big fuss. However, he did not expect the dynasty to bring out the Dark Emperor. It felt like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. In front of the Dark Emperor, he had to admit that he was a chicken. If I meet the Dark Emperor, I definitely won't be his match. Traveler's mood was solemn. Even if he had mastered evil convergence, he did not think that he would be able to defeat the Dark Emperor. That was a peak beyond grade who could control dark energy and dark matter. Even Golden Ring, Ulu, who had once controlled secondary dimensions, was defeated by the Dark Emperor. He did not think that he was stronger than Ulu. After thinking for a while, Traveler's eyes flashed. Now that I've shown evil convergence, the dynasty will definitely use this as a clue and track me down. If I don't appear, they'll definitely do something to evil convergence. Looks like I can only find some helpers to ambush the Dark Emperor. He had not stayed in the secondary dimension for so many years for nothing. Not only did he maintain a good relationship with some powerful creatures in the secondary dimension, but he also knew many beyond grade as who stayed in the secondary dimension. Some of them were not even on the list of beyond grade as recorded in the main universe. On the other side, in a hidden secondary dimension, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared, and a few small battleships flew out. Their outer armor did not have any organization insignia, and their models were top-notch high-warp speed spaceships. They were equipped with a full set of secondary dimension navigation components, so they looked a little heavy and bloated. In the command room of the main ship, many operators were focused on their work. Everyone was wearing a full set of mechanical suits, so their appearances could not be seen. In front of the porthole, two figures stood. They were wearing a hood and a long robe. Their faces were covered with special equipment, and only the difference in their physiques could be seen. It was a man and a woman. The man was short and stocky, while the woman was tall and slender. These two were the commanders of this trip. They belonged to the same organization and had a special mission on their shoulders. Your Excellency Law, Your Excellency Fei, we have arrived at our destination. Please instruct us on the next step. An operator who looked like an officer reported to the two of them. These two people were called Law and Fei. These were not their real names, but their code names in the organization. The short and stocky man was Law. He nodded and slowly said, "Follow the plan. Divination shows that Black Star will bring the primal chaos mysterious energy into the secondary dimension soon. Activate all the life form detection radars in the secondary dimension secret strongholds. Increase the detection range to the maximum, and set the target's life form strength to peak beyond grade A." Fei's cold voice also sounded at this time. The secondary dimension is our home ground. Our mission is to seize the primal chaos mysterious energy. Black Star is very strong, so we need to avoid a direct confrontation. The leader has asked us to bring many technological products, which will be enough to trap Black Star for the time being. Then, she paused and added, "If we use conventional methods, we won't be able to detect him. If we can't find it with conventional detection methods, the leader will allow us to use the Destiny's Child Esper ability form once." In the actual combat training room of Black Star Palace, Han Shao called Ames to his room. "Busy man, you finally have time?" Ames raised her eyebrows and said with a teasing tone, "I'm busy with work, so I can't help it." Han Xiao laughed, took out a compressed orb, and tossed it to Ames. "This is a special mechanical suit suitable for survival in secondary dimensions. I built it myself. Try it on." Buzz. With a burst of mechanical force, the compressed orb expanded and turned into a black mechanical suit, which clung to Ames's body. It was light and tight. She moved around a little, and her movements were not sluggish or uncomfortable. She clicked her tongue and said, "It fits very well. Looks like you know my body very well. You're very observant." "That's because I touched it before." Han Xiao coughed. "Furthermore, it clearly has the nanotransformation function, so it can fit perfectly no matter what body type it is. What's there to be surprised about?" While complaining in his mind, his hands were not slow either. He summoned the modified mysterious energy. "Black Star, are you ready to go?" Seeing this, the primal chaos mysterious energy became excited and could not wait to meet up with his old friend. Han Xiao nodded and explained to Ames, "The primal chaos mysterious energy has the ability to travel through secondary dimensions. With him leading the way, we can save a lot of energy." Among the 5 major class systems, only mages and mechanics could enter and exit the secondary dimensions stably. They used different technology systems to enter the secondary dimensions. Espers were a random factor. In comparison, the dimensional travel ability of the primal chaos mysterious energy was more convenient, and they even needed its help to find the holy light particle. This was not the first time Ames had gone to a secondary dimension. The normal process was very troublesome, but with the help of the primal chaos mysterious energy in Black Star, things were much simpler. She could not help but ask, "Then, where are we going first? The dynasty has many outposts in the secondary dimensions, but I don't want to disturb them. Since you also have the Void bloodline, let's enter through the Void dimension." Han Xiao grabbed the mysterious energy host's arm and gestured for Ames to do the same. "Okay." Ames did not object, but she did not grab the mysterious energy host. Instead, she placed her hand on Han Xiao's shoulder. Normal people would have to make sufficient preparations when going to secondary dimension, but the two of them were beyond grade so they did not need to prepare anything. It was a trip, so they had to have the feeling of going as they pleased. The next moment, the primal chaos mysterious energy activated its ability. Red energy gushed out and covered the two of them along their arms. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the 3 of them disappeared. Their vision blurred slightly, and the scene before them changed drastically. They were no longer in Black Star Palace, but in the familiar Void dimension. That was fast. Ames was shocked. This is an ability it was born with. To it, returning to a secondary dimension is like returning home. It's as easy as a fish in water. Han Xiao smiled. The mysterious energy host's combat strength was not bad, and at the same time, it had many convenient Esper abilities. It was truly a useful tool. Ames took a deep breath of void energy, feeling the excitement in her cells. She was in a much better mood. She chuckled and said, "Do you have any travel plans? Let's get down to business first. We'll have plenty of time to walk around afterward." After Han Xiao said that, he turned around and knocked on the mysterious energy host. "Do you know what the secondary dimension where the holy light particle is called?" "I don't know what you call it in the outside world, but I recognize its energy fluctuation, so I can track it," the primal chaos mysterious energy explained. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. He had checked the dynasty's exploration records of secondary dimensions based on the primal chaos mysterious energy's description, but he did not find any similar secondary dimensions. This meant that the location of the holy light particle should not have been discovered yet. It made sense. If the holy light particle's nest was destroyed by an advanced civilization, it would not be able to comfortably stay at home. Thus, they could only rely on the primal chaos mysterious energy to lead the way. Let's go. I can't wait to teach a lesson." The primal chaos mysterious energy was eager to give it a try. It could not control the carrier by itself and needed Han Xiao's approval. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but laugh. The holy light particle probably had the intention of tearing apart its old friend. So, you're the one who lured the enemy here? Shaking his head with a smile, Han Shao was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Rumble. At this moment, the void energy around them suddenly went berserk. Ames also sensed it. She narrowed her eyes, looked into the distance, and said in a low voice, "That's right. Something seems to be coming. P.S. Recommended book, Run for Your Life, author. A new book by First Love Bright, like summer flowers." She's an old author, so her standards are guaranteed. Introduction. The story of a demon king from another world that came out and asked the protagonist to modify its attributes. In the end, it was tamed by love and justice. Chapter 1077. The Void Dimension was a chaotic and misty world. The colors were mainly gray and blue, and the space was filled with thick and viscous void energy. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have been thrown into a blender. The void energy around them formed a huge vortex, and Han Shao and Ames were in the center of the vortex. Han Shao raised his vigilance and got into a battle stance. The next moment, a spiritual wave suddenly spread out and swept across the two of them. An ancient and solemn voice sounded in his mind. "Where did this other-dimensional creature come from? How dare you invade my territory?" As the voice fell, a powerful aura emerged out of thin air in their perception. Rays of light flickered around them, and countless figures appeared out of thin air, surrounding the two of them. The appearances of these creatures were strange, but they all had the characteristics of void species and were wearing special armor. Han Shao glanced at them, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He was not at all unfamiliar with these strange-looking creatures. The Void Prowlers and Chaos Observers acted as scouts. The Void Hunters, Void Star Pursuers, and Void Walkers acted as roaming scouts. The Void Disciples, Void Executioners, and Magamondo Blades acted as long-range troops. The Void Whisperers, Void Spirits, and Primal Chaos Arcane Energy Bodies were all race options he had encountered during his advancement. In the middle of the army was the Behemoth Troop. There were 10 gigantic Margalla Void Behemoths. They were covered in armor and carried countless Void creatures. Among them, there were 3 young Void Dragons. They were ridden by 3 powerful Void creatures. The leader was a Void Duke. He was about a few hundred meters tall, and his body seemed to be made of solid blue-purple energy. He wore a huge black heavy armor, and he held the reins of the Void Dragon with one hand and a huge black long blade with the other. He looked very imposing. Void Dukes could change their shapes, and at this moment, Zwei was in his humanoid form. This was a Void army. It seems that we have accidentally intruded into the territory of a Void Duke. Seeing who it was, Ames frowned. She was a veteran in the secondary dimension, and this was not the first time she had encountered such a situation. The Void Dimension was a naturally formed secondary dimension. Its area was extremely vast, and its dimensional attributes were different from that of the main universe. It gave birth to countless void species, and other than growing naturally, they could also strengthen themselves by devouring each other. Thus, it formed a situation where the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong preyed on the weak. One by one, the higher void creatures divided their territories, formed armies, and fought against each other. Void Horde Lords were one of the top-notch void creatures. Every Void Horde Lord had a powerful army under their command. Their goal in war was to devour other Void Lords or Lords. Not only did they use war to fuel war, but they also used the unique characteristics of the Void Dimension to develop special technologies that could be used in the Void Dimension. Not only did the Void creatures kill each other, they were also hostile to other creatures from other dimensions. On one hand, there would occasionally be intruders who would kill them to collect materials. On the other hand, they could use their void bloodline to corrode the intruders and replenish their army. Therefore, the void creatures would not be lenient when encountering visitors from other dimensions. They see us as prey. Countless undisguised malice shrouded the two of them. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and suddenly released a beyond-grade energy wave, which suddenly swept out. Boom! A tyrannical aura erupted, and the restless Void army in the surroundings froze. The leader of the Void Horde Lords waved his long blade and released a surprised mental message. A beyond grade, a creature from the main universe? The prestige of a beyond grade, a also resounded throughout the secondary dimensions. Han Shao introduced himself. I'm an ally of the Red Empire, the leader of the Black Star Corps. My nickname is Black Star. Black Star? I've never heard of this name. The exchange of information between the main universe and the Void Dimension was limited, and most Void creatures did not care about the news of the main universe. However, this Void Horde Lord still knew the name of the Red Empire. The prestige of the three universal civilizations had spread throughout the secondary dimensions, and the higher life forms of the Void Dimension all had considerable intelligence. Even the Void Horde Lords were not willing to provoke the three universal civilizations. Outsider, I'm Void Horde Lord Kirkman. Leave my territory immediately. He pointed his long blade, indicating that he wanted to expel them. The Beyond Grade A creatures from the main universe were not to be trifled with. Although the Void Dimension had successfully killed some invading Beyond Grade, as those were the deeds of the strongest Void Warlords at the time. The casualties were also heavy, and they were all defeated by the other Void Horde Lords. Kirkman was only a mid-level warlord, and he did not want to have a conflict with the Beyond Grade as of the main universe. Seeing this, Ames also did not want to complicate matters. She patted Han Zhao's waist and said, "Let's go. Don't tangle with them." Han Xiao glanced at Mo Yang, who was on guard against the Void army, and suddenly had an idea. He switched to his Void form, and his entire aura changed. Seeing this, Kirkman was shocked. "You're also a Void?" "Yeah, I'm not a creature from another dimension. I'm one of your kind." After Han Xiao entered the Beyond Grade A realm, he had transformed into his exclusive race. However, his Void bloodline did not disappear. It had only merged with him. According to the degree of evolution, Han Zhao's current Void creature rank was very high. He had already reached the level of a Void Angel, which was similar to a Void Horde Lord. Kirkman's attitude changed immediately. There was fear, greed, and at the same time, a desire to curry favor. If he encountered an ordinary Beyond Grade A, even if he killed the other party, it would not benefit him. However, if they were both Void creatures, he could devour the other party's bloodline and evolve again. However, this also meant that the difficulty of killing them would increase greatly. The Void Dimension was the home ground of Void creatures. The higher the level of the Void creature, the higher the control of Void energy. He was like a fish in water here, able to use the endless Void energy to suppress his opponent. However, now that the other party was also a Void creature, the advantage of the environment no longer existed. The power system of the Void Dimension was different from that of the main universe. Void creatures had all kinds of talents. Through continuous evolution, they stimulated the abilities of their own species to display powerful combat strength. They belonged to the type that could not be replicated by other species, so they could not be called supers. They could only be regarded as powerful special creatures and were not included in the 5 major super systems. However, Void creatures could actively learn the super system of the main universe, and the representatives were well known. "Do you know Kasui?" Kirkman could not help but ask. "I'm quite familiar with him." Han Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Kirkman's spirit was lifted. Kasui was a super celebrity in the Void Dimension and was recognized as the strongest Void creature. He had once created a lot of shocking achievements here, subdued a large number of Void Horde Lords and Void Lords, and ruled a large territory in the center of the Void Dimension. No one could compete with him. Although he was usually active in the main universe, his fame in the Void Dimension was unparalleled. Now, he had met a new Beyond Grade A Void creature who knew Kasui. Kirkman immediately had the interest to get to know him. After all, he could not come into contact with Kasui. "Black Star, come to my place as a guest." Kirkman directly sent out an invitation. In the Void Dimension, there were not so many formalities, and his words were all straightforward. "Okay, let's go take a look." Han Xiao had the same intention. Since he had met this Void Horde Lord, It was a good opportunity to exchange some information. Anyway, he still had a destination for this trip, so he was not afraid of delaying it for a while. Moreover, there were good things in the Void Dimension. The Void Lord core that Austin had given him back then had allowed him to purify his bloodline. Although he was already a peak beyond grade, there might be something that could strengthen his void talent. It was good to try his luck. Speaking of luck, Han Xiao could not help but think of the favorite of the stars, Aura on Ames. Although he did not bring Fu Ding along, Ames' luck did not seem to be bad, and he could take advantage of it. This is the road sign. Follow me. Kirkman waved his finger and shot out a ball of void energy. It contained the coordinates, and it was sent to Han Xiao. The next moment, the surrounding Void Lords instantly flickered and disappeared from the Void Dimension. However, there were no creatures that could fly normally, and all of them had mastered the traditional skill of void travel. Seeing this, Ames shook her head helplessly. You actually exposed your identity as a void creature. When Hela and I were training in the secondary dimensions, we did not dare to do so. Otherwise, we would not have been able to return. That's because you're skilled. Han Xiao laughed. Secondary dimensions were still dangerous for normal beyond grade but peak beyond grade as we're not afraid. The two of them followed the road signs and traveled through the void dimension, quickly arriving at Kirkman's base. This was a magnificent city suspended in space. Its entire body had a crystalline texture, and the base was translucent. One could see the bright energy core within, surrounded by dense grayish-blue void energy. In the void dimension, natural materials were extremely rare. Generally, they were refined using special techniques to transform the void energy into crystals. To build such a city, the expenditure was extremely huge. The huge city was filled with bases. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like a large military camp. The two of them arrived at the main hall in the center of the city, and Kirkman welcomed them in. He shrunk his body to the same size as Han Xiao, and after sitting down, he could not wait to ask, Black Star, where were you born? This was Pandao. He had thought that Han Xiao was a native void creature. Han Xiao did not hide and explained that he was a void creature that had been living in the main universe. The two of them chatted and exchanged information. Han Xiao introduced the situation of the main universe, and Kirkman talked about the situation of the void dimension. In his previous life, the player's understanding of the secondary dimensions was limited, and they only came into contact with them in the later stages of the game. Furthermore, many secondary dimensions did not have the habit of recording history, and Han Xiao also lacked information about the current void dimension. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao had a general understanding of the current situation of the void dimension. It could be abbreviated as one super strong and many strong. Kasuyi was the strongest and occupied the central area, but he had no intention of unifying the void dimension, nor did he have the ability to do so. The other powerful void lords kept popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain, dividing their territories and killing each other. Other than that, there were also many chaotic areas like wild forests. There was no order, and new void creatures were constantly breeding and freely killing each other. After chatting for a while, Kirkman finally asked about Han Xiao's intentions. I don't have a goal. I just plan to travel around the secondary dimensions. My first stop is the void dimension, and I happen to meet you. Han Xiao spread his hands. Hearing this, Kirkman thought for a while and said, Since you have nothing to do me a favor. The void dimension did not care about formalities. Although it was the first time they had met, Kirkman did not hold back. What do you want me to help you with? Han Xiao was curious. I've always wanted to get rid of Bagdora. He's also a void lord, and his territory is close to mine. I've fought hundreds of battles with him. With your help, I can completely get rid of him, devour his core, and take over his army. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Then what can you give me in return? I'll give you half of the void life cores left on the battlefield. Whatever void dimension specialties you want, I'll find them for you. Kirkman waved his hand. There is no need for negotiation skills here, and he directly gave his bottom line. Moreover, you can obtain my friendship. If you need help in the main universe, you can open a void passage, and I'll bring my army to help you fight. Hearing this, Han Zhao's eyes moved. When he had evolved into a Void Pathfinder, he had obtained a talent called Void Passage. Its effect was to temporarily open the door to the Void dimension. All along, he had rarely used this ability because the Void creatures he summoned could not differentiate between friend and foe. If he could reach an agreement with Kirkman, he could use this ability to summon a Void army to fight for him. It was the same for Kasui. He could use his talent to summon a Void army under him, and that was how his nickname Void Overlord came about. However, he rarely used this ability now because his main body was too strong. Most of the time, there was no need for him to summon his underlings. Although he was not a summoner, this talent could achieve the effect of summoning. At this moment, a notification popped up on Han Zhao's interface. You have triggered the mission, Void Lord's War Employment. Mission Introduction. Void Lord Kirkman has taken a fancy to your combat strength and hopes to hire you to fight for him and eliminate his enemy. Mission Requirements. Defeat Void Lord Bagdora's army. Reward. 120 billion EXP. Plus 3,000 faction. Kirkman favorability. 1 character summon card. Bonus reward. Start the milestone mission. Void Conqueror. Void Conqueror. Milestone completion condition. Destroy 8 Void Overlords, Void creatures of the same level. At the same time, at least 4 Void Overlords faction favorability has reached respect, 3,000 faction favorability. Rewards will be given after completion. Milestone reward. If you have a Void-related ability, the base effect will increase slightly. You will receive 500 to 2,000 free attribute points, plus 1 legendary point, plus 20 Void creatures favorability toward you, and plus 1 God's Trait Transformation point, can only be triggered by activating the talent God's Trait Transformation. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Whoa, this reward is not bad. I can actually get a God's Trait Transformation point. I thought that after creating a universal treasure, I would have to wait until my promotion to get a new point. Looking at the introduction, only beyond grade A God's Trait Transformation level would trigger this bonus point reward. If other people accepted this mission, they would not be able to see this message. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Not only was there a mission, but he could also get a large number of Void specialties that Kirkman had promised. This deal was worth doing. To Han Xiao, it was just picking up his old profession and becoming a war mercenary. Okay, I promise you. Han Xiao nodded and smiled. But let's not do it now. I still have some things to do. Let's do it when I'm back. He decided to accept this employment. However, the focus of this trip was the Holy Light Particle. He planned to get it first and return to help Kirkman fight after he was done with his business. This was not something that could not be discussed. In his eyes, the priority was clear. No problem. Kirkman was overjoyed and agreed immediately. After all, they had been fighting for so many years. He was not in a hurry. On the other side, Ames was not interested in the conversation between the two of them. She took out the resurrection token and played with it in her hands. She had also received this gift from Hela. At this time, Kirkman glanced at her subconsciously. Suddenly, he paused and stared at the resurrection token. Ames raised her eyebrows. She closed her fingers and grabbed the resurrection token. What are you looking at? Oh, can you show me the thing in your hands? I feel a familiar aura. Kirkman was not polite at all, and his tone was filled with doubt. Han Xiaoxin took out his own resurrection token and asked, I have the same thing. Does it have a familiar aura? Yes, but it's very weak. Can you show it to me and let me identify it carefully? Kirkman nodded. Han Xiao thought for a while and tossed the resurrection token to Kirkman. Kirkman's palm transformed into energy that enveloped the resurrection token. He sensed it for a while and said uncertainly, I seem to have felt a similar energy in a secondary dimension before. Han Zhao's expression changed. The resurrection token had the effect of revival of death resistance. According to his deduction, this was a new ability that Hela had developed. With her delicate control over her Esper ability, she had fused Aurora's life energy with her own necromancy energy to form a new energy. Hela had once said that when she established the distanceless life link with Aurora, The difficulty she encountered came from a special secondary dimension that absorbed most of the energy transmitted between the two of them. Hela had originally planned to investigate it, but she did not come this time. So, I coincidentally met the target that Hela was looking for. Han Xiao could not help but turn a look at Ames. Compared to touching Ding, touching you seems to be better. Chapter 1078. To encounter a clue as soon as he entered a secondary dimension, his luck was really something else. Ames' favor the stars aura was probably shining brightly. Could it be that the goddess of luck had changed her sexual orientation? Speaking of which, taking advantage of Fu Ding's luck was called touching Ames's luck. What should it be called? Could it be called coiling dragon? Since he was lucky enough to encounter the clue that Hela was looking for, Han Xiao had no reason to let it go. He asked, "Do you remember what secondary dimension it is?" Kirkman thought for a while before nodding. "I have some impression of it. Many people seem to know about that secondary dimension. It was quite famous during a certain period of time and had been sealed by some kind of power. Occasionally, it would emit a strong vitality that could stimulate the potential of various creatures. Later, the seal of that dimension was lifted on its own. Many curious secondary dimension life forms went to explore it, only to find that it was dead silent and empty. The entire space seemed to lack energy to maintain itself and began to decay and shrink. In recent years, that secondary dimension showed signs of collapse and could completely disappear at any time." Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Most secondary dimensions did not exist forever and would collapse and disappear, just like withered fruits and leaves. The world of secondary dimensions was chaotic, and new secondary dimensions were often born. Most of them were as short as bubbles, and only a small number of them could last for a long time. Advanced civilizations and high-level mages would occasionally create artificial secondary dimensions. However, such artificial secondary dimensions were very different from naturally existing super-large stable dimensions like the void dimension. There were several possibilities for a secondary dimension being sealed, and the most likely one was that the secondary dimension was a creation of some kind of powerful life form. For example, the dimension factories of some high-level mechanics were subsidiary dimensions that were sealed to the outside world and could not be easily entered. If this secondary dimension is a subsidiary dimension of a beyond grade A, then the reason for its decline should be the death of the beyond grade A who created it, causing the dimension to lose its energy supply and gradually collapse, Han Xiao guessed. "I'm not sure." Kirkman threw the resurrection token back to Han Xiao. "I call that place the Land of Silence. If you want to go, I can give you the coordinates of the dimension anchor point." "Sorry to trouble you. I'm interested in that place," Han Xiao said with a smile. Kirkman didn't think much of it. He casually formed a ball of void energy and recorded the information about the Land of Dead Silence. He tossed it to Han Xiao and added, "That's right. The spatial walls of that dimension are already riddled with holes, with countless spatial turbulences raging within. The plane could collapse and disappear at any time. Be careful. If you are swept away by the spatial turbulence, you might get lost in the endless secondary dimensions." Han Xiao took the ball of energy and read the information within. He then stood up and nodded. "All right, I'll take my leave first." This was an unexpected gain of this trip. He planned to go there after finishing his business and help Hela scout the way. "I'll wait for you to return before starting the war." Kirkman nodded. After reaching an employment agreement, Han Xiao did not delay any further. He once again attached himself to the mysterious energy host body. "Let's go. Lead the way to your old friend." The primal chaos mysterious energy received the order and teleported again, disappearing with Han Xiao and Ames. On the other side, Law and Fei's small fleet was slowly cruising through a vast expanse of white secondary dimensions. On the command deck of the main ship, the virtual map of the secondary dimensions was suspended in midair. Its appearance was completely different from the detailed 3D star map of the main universe. It was like a model of countless bubbles, very much like a grape. Each bubble represented a recorded secondary dimension. Because new secondary dimensions were often born, the terrain of the secondary dimensions was constantly changing. The map could only be used as a reference, and the coordinates of the anchor points of the different dimensions were the guides. Law and Faye stood on the left and right side of the secondary dimension map model, silently observing. At this moment, a red dot suddenly lit up inside one of the bubbles, and a circle of red ripples appeared in the model. The interdimensional detection radar has found the target. The target is a peak beyond grade A. The target is 13 secondary dimensions away from us. Route simulation complete. We are expected to meet the target after 8 jumps. Your Excellencies, please give your orders. Listening to his subordinate's report, Law nodded and said with a deep voice, "Lock onto the anchor point and begin the dimension jump." As the order was given, these few battleships immediately activated their secondary dimension engines, turning into a few streams of light and accelerating crazily. The secondary dimension jump equipment on the ships began to operate, vibrating the space wall at a special frequency. The moment their speed reached its peak, a gap appeared in the space wall in front of them, and on the other side of the gap was the scene of the next dimension. The few spaceships flew straight in, and the people in the spaceships all heard a crisp pop, as if the space outside had caused the air inside the spaceship to vibrate. Their vision blurred, and they had already arrived in another secondary dimension. The next second, the space wall behind them closed up and disappeared without a trace. This was the normal way to move between secondary dimensions. The scene of the secondary dimensions changed rapidly outside the porthole. This small fleet jumped many times before finally stopping. Rapid jumps put an extremely high load on the vehicles. Every time they passed through the space wall, they would have to endure the tearing of the space turbulence. At this time, the few spaceships were shrouded in violent space energy, and the surrounding environment was slightly distorted as if they were overloaded and boiling. On the secondary dimension map, the fleet was finally in the same bubble as the target red dot, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Seeing this, Law quickly walked to the front porthole, looked in the direction where the red dot was moving, and shouted, "Prepare for battle. Prepare the dimensional exile bullets." The two of them stared out of the window, and finally, a figure rapidly approached. Just as they were about to give the order, Law suddenly saw the appearance of this figure and quickly changed his words. "Wait, don't fire. This person doesn't look like Black Star. His aura is different from the information." Claudia was wearing a mechanical suit that covered his appearance, but he did not hide his energy fluctuations. The energy attributes of espers and mechanics were completely different. Experiencing it at close range, he discovered a significant difference in energy fluctuations. Claudia sensed this group of people from afar, slowed down, stopped in front of the fleet, opened the wide area communication, and said coldly, "Who are you? Who are you? Why are you stopping me? We're just a secondary dimension exploration team. We're not here to stop you. We just happened to meet you," Law replied. Claudia observed the space distortion caused by the fleet's rapid jump and knew that this group of people was lying. However, he did not expose them and asked, "What organization does this exploration team belong to?" "We're just a civilian organization that wants to come to the secondary dimension to collect some specialties. Speaking of which, since you're able to travel through the secondary dimension alone, you must be a famous beyond grade A. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Law lowered his posture. "I'm just an ordinary beyond grade A," Claudia said calmly. Law cursed in his heart. "You're a peak beyond grade A, yet you're still pretending." Law and Faye secretly felt a headache. They were also beyond grade As. If not for the detection radar reflecting the other party's combat strength, the two of them would not have lowered their posture so much. The life-form cross-dimensional detection radar was a large piece of equipment that was specially used in the secondary dimension world. However, it was not accurate enough. The search conditions were already harsh enough, but the two of them did not expect their luck to be so bad as to meet another peak beyond grade A of unknown origin. The two of them still did not know Claudia's identity and did not want to cause any trouble. Thus, they were not willing to use force and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Your Excellency beyond grade A, if we have accidentally offended you and caused you to misunderstand, we apologize. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. As he spoke, he did not wait for Claudi's reply and hurriedly ordered the fleet to turn around and leave. Looking back, the two of them realized that Claudi did not chase after them. Instead, he stayed where he was and watched them leave. It seems like he doesn't intend to attack us. Law heaved a sigh of relief. He's probably not interested in us. Faye also secretly rejoiced. Let's leave this secondary dimension quickly. Law turned around and ordered the crew. Mark this target and don't bump into him again. Adjust the cross-dimensional detection radar and look for the second peak beyond grade A signal. The two of them were not interested in Claudi's identity at all. The secondary dimensions were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The two of them did not want to cause any trouble and prioritized the mission. On the other side, Claudi watched the fleet leave and did not chase after them. There were many organizations from the main universe hiding in the secondary dimensions. They operated in secret and hid here, trying to avoid the three universal civilizations rule. In the eyes of the three universal civilizations, they were a bunch of rats. In Claudi's opinion, this group of people was most likely one of these organizations. They had found the wrong prey and accidentally bumped into him. His target this time was Traveler. Since this group of people was so tactful, he could not be bothered to cause trouble. Looking in the direction the fleet left, Claudi moved in another direction, jumping continuously. Not long after, Claudi arrived at his destination and stepped into the secondary dimension of evil convergence. As far as the eye could see, all he could see was the wriggling, corrosive purple-green energy. It was like layers of wrinkled stomach walls that constantly set off tsunami-like waves. The purple-green bubbles bubbled like overflowing gastric juices, as if he was in the stomach of some strange creature. Just as Claudi was observing his surroundings, one of the inner walls of evil convergence squeezed out the upper body of a man covered in purple-green mucus. It was Traveler. At this time, his skin was pale, and he gave off an evil aura. He had entered a manic mode where he could not remain calm. Traveler's lower body was swallowed up, and rings of visible energy waves were constantly spreading out. They were transmitted on the purple-green inner wall and absorbed by evil convergence. Claudi frowned slightly. With his knowledge, it was not difficult to see that Traveler was spreading his own genetic essence, merging with this secondary dimension that seemed to have a life of its own. Dark Emperor, Claudi, what a rare guest. I wonder why you're looking for me. Do you want to join us? I don't mind. Traveler laughed with a hoarse voice. Claudi was indifferent and said coldly, You participated in the battle against the Empire's allies and committed a crime. I'm your judge. So, you're here to kill me? Traveler's lips curled up into a playful smile. At this time, countless figures appeared on the inner wall of evil convergence, forming an endless army. Most of them were dangerous creatures from different void dimensions, and 3 of them gave off beyond grade A auras. They were all helpers called over by Traveler. After divining that a strong enemy was coming, Traveler used his connections in the secondary dimension to set up an ambush. This is the Dark Emperor of the main universe? At this time, a beyond grade A who came to help said casually, so careless. He doesn't seem like much. Another beyond grade A looked down at Traveler and said with a deep voice, Remember our agreement. This time, we're only helping you expel the strong enemy. We're not responsible for killing the Dark Emperor. Otherwise, the Red Empire will definitely hunt me down like crazy. Hearing this, Claudi glanced at these 3 beyond grade A's. They were all unfamiliar supers that he had never seen before. The 3 universal civilizations could not monitor the birth of every beyond grade A. There would always be some who were unwilling to be recorded by the 3 universal civilizations. As long as they hid their identity and strength, did not form an organization, and did not do anything, the 3 universal civilizations would not know of their existence. Quite a number of them hid in the secondary dimensions and never appeared in the main universe. Among them, there are neutrals who were worried about being persecuted, and there are also secret forces belonging to other advanced civilizations. For example, after the supercluster civilizations went through the tragedy of the pinnacles, they did not dare show too many beyond grade as on the surface, so they sent some of their secret allies into the secondary dimensions to hide, not letting the three universal civilizations know of their existence. At this time, Traveler opened his arms, looked up at Claudie, and laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Dark Emperor, you do have amazing strength in the main universe, but this is my home ground. You want to kill me? Can you do it?" Claudie's expression was calm, and a deep black light flashed in his eyes. He raised his arms slightly, and dark energy gathered around him as he slowly opened his mouth. He slowly said, "If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to destroy you along with your home ground." Han Xiao and Ames followed the primal chaos mysterious energy and traveled through the secondary dimensions one after another, seeing all kinds of strange sights. After a long time, the two of them finally stopped traveling. "We're here. This is the nest of the holy light particle." The primal chaos mysterious energy sounded excited. Han Xiao looked around and saw that this was a dazzling world. There was a boundless land, mountains, forests, and rivers. However, what made up all of this was colorful, materialized light. The towering mountain peaks were like pieces of resplendent giant gemstones. The river was flowing with a liquid light that was as thick as milk. Every leaf was like a mirror, reflecting colorful light. Everything was so pure and flawless, like a kingdom of light, like a dream in a fairy tale. "It's pretty. This is my first time in this secondary dimension." Ames could not help but rub her eyes and helplessly say, "It's just a little painful for my eyes. It's a little dazzling." Han Xiao grinned and looked away. "How we find it?" The primal chaos mysterious energy laughed. It's either asleep or deliberately hiding. Leave it to me. It's very sensitive to my energy. As long as it comes into contact with me, it'll go crazy. So, as long as I release my aura, I'll be able to trigger its natural reaction and make it come out on its own." Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but glance at the mysterious energy host strangely. "This is too weird. It sounds like you've trained it before." Chapter 1079. The space contained an abundance of light energy. From the perspective of a mage, this place was filled with extremely high-density light elements. Han Xiao brought Ames and landed on a shallow river. The soil was colorful sand, no different from a beach. Ames squatted down, picked up a grain of sand, and observed this irregular solid curiously. She applied some force with her fingers and crushed it. This grain of sand cracked, turned into light dust, and slowly rose into the air. Looking up, a vast sea of clouds covered the sky. They were all made of gaseous light dust, dreamy and illusory. From time to time, light dust would rise from various places and merge into the sea of clouds. When it accumulated to a certain extent, this sea of clouds would start raining, and the light dust would fall to the ground, forming new landforms. This cycle repeated. "So beautiful." Ames clicked her tongue in admiration. Han Xiao came to the river, picked up a handful of liquid light, and watched as the golden liquid flowed through his fingers. He could not help but mutter, "The light pollution here is very serious. Do you have to ruin the atmosphere?" Ames was helpless. "I'm just telling the truth." Han Xiao curled his lips, summoned a few industrial collection equipment, and casually said, "This phenomenon is very strange and has a lot of research value." The phenomenon here is very strange and has a lot of research value. It's a good opportunity to collect some materials for experiments. As he spoke, he anchored the coordinates of this secondary dimension and recorded it in the database so that it would be convenient for him to come here again. After thinking about it, he named this secondary dimension Country of Light. After settling all this, Han Xiao set up some space-time stabilizing anchors to prevent the holy light particle from escaping. He then patted the mysterious energy host and said, "Ahua, force the holy light particle out." The primal chaos mysterious energy could not wait any longer. After receiving the order, It immediately released streams of red energy into the ground, forming a huge spider web that quickly spread out. When Han Shao counted to 221, the primal chaos mysterious energy finally reacted and said with ill intentions, with malicious intent, it said, "I found it. It's indeed sleeping. Watch me wake it up." As soon as it said that, Han Shao and Ames felt the ground under their feet suddenly shake. At the next moment, the entire space began to tremble, and the earth and mountains shook. Rumble before the two of them could take a closer look, a huge fountain of light suddenly erupted from the ground in the distance. It shot straight into the sky and turned into a white gold light cluster with a sense of holiness. At the core was a dazzling sphere like a star, as if there was another sun in the sky. At this time, inside this platinum-like cluster, there were visible streams of red primal chaos mysterious energy. Like hot oil meeting cold water, the reaction was extremely intense. With the appearance of this ball of light, an exasperated and manic mental wave instantly swept out. "Mozaniel, you ambushed me again while I was sleeping. I will definitely kill you today. Narussus, is my energy delicious? Do you miss it?" The primal chaos mysterious energy chuckled, his tone filled with reminiscence. Hearing this, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. He felt like there was a lot of information in this sentence. It sounded like this wasn't the first time he had done this. "TSK, your Esper circle is really messy." The primal chaos mysterious energy turned to look at Han Shao, smiled, and said, "This is the holy light particle you guys were talking about. It's a bit grumpy when it wakes up. I'll leave the rest to you." Primal Esper ability entities were very ancient and had their own names. Primal chaos mysterious energy and holy light particle were just names the outside world gave them. The holy light particle quickly moved over, and only then did it notice the group. Seeing the mysterious energy host's appearance, its anger turned to joy. You've been made into a puppet again? Ha ha, karma, you deserve it. Don't be too smug, you'll be there soon." The primal chaos mysterious energy sneered. "Little guy, it's your turn next." The holy light particle turned to look at Han Shao and Ames and said with dissatisfaction, "Humph, you're still so despicable. You actually helped the enemy get my body and try to drag me down. You two brats from the main universe. No matter how it bewitched you, I'm not interested in playing with you now. Scram back to the main universe and don't bother me." Han Shao did not care. He flipped his hand and took out a can containment device. He tilted his head and said, "Do you want to come in yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Hearing this, the holy light particle's body glowed brightly and released a violent energy wave. Its aura was fully unleashed, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Its tone was extremely confident and arrogant. "I'm not a weakling like Mozanil. You want to catch me? Are you mentally prepared?" 30 seconds later, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, stop hitting me. I admit defeat." The holy light particle that was still arrogant earlier had shrunk countless times and was contained in the can container. It was like a puddle of golden liquid, sizzling under the electromagnetic confinement field of the containment device. Han Shao shook the containment device, causing the holy light particle to stagger a few times. That's it. Ames was speechless. She had thought that the holy light particle would be very strong and was ready for battle. She did not expect that the holy light particle would be defeated with just one slap from Han Shao. Han Shao was not surprised at all. Primal Esper ability entities could not do anything in front of peak beyond grade A super. He only wondered where the holy light particle got its confidence from. Seeing his old friend in trouble, it was the primal chaos mysterious energies turn to gloat. He moved next to the containment device and chuckled. "Welcome to accompany me. This way, I won't be lonely anymore. Mozanil, I'll kill you sooner or later." The holy light particle was furious. Not only was he in trouble, he even dragged him down with him. He was the perfect example of a bad friend. At this moment, Han Shao flicked the glass of the containment device with his finger and interrupted. "You'll have plenty of time to communicate in the future. Answer my question first. What abilities do you have?" The holy light particle said furiously, "I'm telling you, I won't give in easily like Mosinel. Even if you torture me, I'll." 30 seconds later, the holy light particle, who was paralyzed by the primal chaos mysterious energy, obediently laid at the bottom of the containment device, shivering as he introduced his abilities. My most basic abilities are physique enhancement, super speed flight, dimension travel, and I can also grant others the power of holy light. At the same time, I'm also aggressive. The host can use me to punish evil. There are two criteria for judging evil. One is based on the host's own beliefs, and the other is based on the punishment target's perception of the crime committed. The more serious the crime committed by the target, the stronger the punishment will be. Also, I can purify filth, help the target get rid of related negative statuses, and heal injuries to a certain extent. The holy light particle spilled all the beans and told Han Xiao everything. Han Xiao nodded and listened while secretly despising the holy light particle. Just from a name, he had thought that this guy was pure and innocent. He did not expect him to be as honest as the primal chaos mysterious energy after a beating. Were all people like this after living for too long? Judging evil, purifying evil. The holy light particle's abilities did have a holy style, but the standard was more idealistic. It could only be maximized when it met a righteous person with firm beliefs as its host. Compared to these, Han Xiao was more concerned about the holy light particle's ability to grant others the power of holy light. After asking for more details, he could not help but be overjoyed. Holy light itself was a type of multidimensional energy, so it was not a rare existence. All high-level mechanics and mages could use it, and it had the characteristics of mental power. However, although holy light was not rare, it was not something that ordinary people could use. The holy light particle could grant any intelligent life form a holy light seed. As long as the target trained and nourished the seed with faith and belief, they would be able to control holy light energy and strengthen it with training. This meant that the holy light particle could bring about an additional growth system, allowing ordinary people to have strength from zero. Even supers could obtain this ability. However, because the prerequisite was to obtain the holy light seed, and the energy granted could be taken back by the holy light particle, its applicability was limited. It did not belong to the 5 super systems that could be awakened on their own. It was more like a side class. Han Xiao learned from the holy light particle that when the holy light particle followed its host, it had used this method to increase its host's strength. Taking back the holy light seed cultivated by others could strengthen itself. This was equivalent to taking the fruits of other people's labor and making them work for free. After hearing its story, Han Xiao's gaze toward the holy light particle became much friendlier. "Good lad, I didn't expect you to be in the same industry as me. You have received the new ability, Holy Light Seed." Holy Light Seed, passive ability. This is the foundation of the power of holy light and needs to be nourished by faith. When it matures, it can awaken the side class, Holy Light Envoy. Faith requirement, 0/5/000. Faith requirement can be raised through meditation, rituals, mental training, killing criminals, and so on. I see. This ability is very strategic. If I don't take it back, I can nurture many ordinary people who don't have the potential to become supers into warriors who can control holy light. This way, the strength of the army will greatly increase. Han Xiao pondered. This was a pleasant surprise. Maybe he could even sell this opportunity to the players. It seemed like there was a market for it. However, Evans did not reveal this ability in his previous life, so there were probably some restrictions. After some questioning, Han Xiao obtained the answer. Just as he had expected, every holy light seed was the essence of the origin that the holy light particle shared. The recovery of the origin power was very slow, and if too much was used, it would greatly damage the vitality of the holy light particle, which would cause kidney failure along with the host. At that time, there would not be a single drop left. If it's to recover the origin power quickly, I seem to have a way. Han Xiao pondered. He had a vague idea, but it was not the time to test it yet, so he could only put away the containment device. Han Xiao also had the holy light particle take away the holy light seed on him. He was just testing it and did not need this side class. His original plan was to make the holy light particle into a mysterious energy envoy, but from the looks of it now, perhaps making it into a tool for the mysterious energy envoy was not the best choice. Han Xiao looked at the interface. The mission, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies Nemesis, was already completed. He obtained 240 million EXP and 2 character summon cards. As expected, they were the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle. There was nothing special about their abilities. They were Star Core, Energy Extraction, and Holy Flame Judgment. With his original body, these 2 character summon cards were better than nothing. What Han Xiao was more concerned about was the new milestone mission, Primal Esper Ability Collector. Primal Esper Ability Collector, inactive. Activation requirement. Have at least 4 Primal Esper ability entities. Current level, 2 of 4 ability. When you fight an Esper, all your attributes increase slightly. Minus 12 to 20% damage dealt to you by Espers. Reward. The Third Sanctum, Ability Fragment X1. Han Xiao was slightly shocked. The Third Sanctum? What is this? I remember that the ability fragment in my hand is from the First Sanctum. Could it be that there was some connection between them? What is this thing? Han Xiao mumbled to himself. This question had been bothering him for a long time, but unfortunately, he could not find any clues. He suppressed his curiosity and looked at the milestone ability. The effect was targeted, specifically countering Espers, so it was still somewhat useful. The mission requirement is 4 Primal Esper ability entities, which means I'm still 2 away. The difficulty is still relatively high, mainly because it's hard to find the target. I'll try my best. Just as he had expected, dealing with the holy light particle was not difficult. After finishing his business, Han Xiao accompanied Ames to tour the country of light. After collecting enough sample materials, the 2 of them left this secondary dimension and headed to the next stop, the land of dead silence. With a flash of light, the primal chaos mysterious energy brought Han Xiao and Selena to the land of dead silence, according to the coordinates given by Kirkman. Seeing the scene in front of him, Han Xiao could not help but gasp. Wow, this place is really scary. The color of this secondary dimension was dark, and the space walls were riddled with holes. Violent space, turbulence, constantly invaded and wreaked havoc. The sky was filled with endless space storms, flashing with blue and purple light. Below was a black desert, but many places were swallowed by the space turbulence and turned into nothing. This land was torn apart and turned into broken, floating islands. Han Zhao's eyes moved, and he took out the revival coin that he was wearing. He realized that the revival coin was heating up. Indeed, there was a reaction. This means that the land of dead silence is indeed related to Hela. Han Xiao released his senses and searched the entire secondary dimension, but he found nothing. He could not feel anything special. Just as Kirkman said, this secondary dimension was on the verge of extinction, and there was nothing here. This time, Im shook her head and said, "It seems like only Hela will be able to find some clues if she comes here personally." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded in agreement. He guessed that Hela's ability could resonate with the land of dead silence and activate some special events. Although he was stronger, he obviously did not meet the requirements. At least I've helped her explore the way. It will be more convenient for her to come here next time. Han Xiao anchored the coordinates of this dimension in the database. The 2 of them were about to leave when suddenly a powerful life form energy source appeared out of thin air and broke into the range of their senses. The 2 of them turned their heads and saw a bruised figure fall out of space turbulence and into the hole in the space wall of the land of dead silence. Ames blinked, a puzzled look on her face. This person seems a little familiar. At the same time, Your Excellencies, the interdimensional detection radar has locked onto the target. In the command room of the spaceship, Law and Faye hurriedly checked the map. It's not the person we met before, right? No, he's in another secondary dimension. What we're detecting now is a second peak beyond grade A signal. After confirming that there was no mistake, Law decisively gave the order. Okay, lock on a new target, full speed ahead. On the other side, evil convergence. No one knew what kind of rough treatment the space wall had suffered. Like an inflated balloon, it burst from the inside, causing this secondary dimension to lose all its protection. The originally lively purple-green evil energy seemed to have lost all its vitality and was swept away by the space turbulence along with all the corpses here, disappearing without a trace. This special secondary dimension that had given birth to life had become a wreckage, leaving only dead silence and rapidly disappearing. Claudia crushed the head of the last beyond grade A helper and looked up at the raging space storm around him. He frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. It's been too long since I fought, and I've really regressed. I accidentally used too much force and let him escape through the space turbulence. Chapter 1080. Haha, I've escaped. In the space storm that resembled a thundercloud, a green light was floating. It was Traveler, who was wrapped in a magic shield. At this moment, he was no longer in the crazy mode of evil convergence. Although his skin was still pale, the evil aura had disappeared, and his demeanor had returned to normal, leaving only a face full of lingering fear and unwillingness. In order to ambush Claudia, Traveler had gathered the friends he had made in the secondary dimensions over the years. He had thought that with a total of 4 beyond grade, as they would be able to force the Dark Emperor to retreat with a home field advantage. However, reality gave him a big slap in the face. Claudia was too strong. He was a super high-risk Esper ability himself, and his large-scale attack power was off the charts. Through the simulation of a miniature universe explosion using dark energy, he overturned the entire secondary dimension of evil convergence and broke through the space wall from the inside. If it was just him being strong, it would have been fine. Although the few beyond grade, as were no match for him, they still had a chance to escape. However, what made Traveler despair the most was that Claudia had a few universal treasures in his hands. As a direct descendant of the dynasty and the personal guard of the ruler, Claudia never lacked universal treasures. Furthermore, he did not need to exchange for them. In order to make it easier for him to carry out missions, the dynasty took the initiative to take out different universal treasures from their warehouse for Claudia to use. During this mission to the secondary dimensions, Claudia had taken out 5 universal treasures from the dynasty's warehouse, which were greatly beneficial to his combat strength. He had gone all out and killed 3 beyond grade, as who had not even reached the 52,000 energy rank limit. Only Traveler, because of his connection with the secondary dimensions, took advantage of the fact that his wife had exploded and used the invasion of the space turbulence to escape. With evil convergence gone, he would not be able to summon it in the future, causing his combat strength to plummet, and he returned to his original level of beyond grade A. His many years of hard work had gone to waste, and he felt extremely pained. However, this was also a blessing in disguise. The enemy would no longer be able to track him through evil convergence. As long as he hid well, he would be safe. Being alive means that there is still a chance. Traveler's heart was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. And it wasn't like there was no hope for a comeback. Traveler lowered his head and opened his palm. An irregularly shaped purple-green fragment lay in the center of his palm. Its texture was like glass. This was the energy fragment of the evil convergence. As long as one used a special method to plant it in a secondary dimension world, there was a chance that a new evil convergence would grow. However, it would take a very long time. As long as I can avoid the pursuit of the Red Empire and wait for them to give up, I will have ample time to recover my strength. It seems that I will have to hide in the secondary dimensions for decades or even centuries. Fortunately, my lifespan is still very long. Traveler secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He shook off the haze of failure and pulled himself together again. After surviving a great calamity, one was bound to have good fortune in the future. At this moment, within the space storm, 3 spatial cracks suddenly appeared, leading to unknown secondary dimensions. Within the space storm, Encountering a crack in the space wall was equivalent to encountering an exit. Otherwise, one would only be lost in the space turbulence. I didn't expect to reach the exit so quickly. Looks like my luck is about to change. Traveler's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he chose one of the cracks and flew in. The next moment, the world in front of him changed. It turned into a secondary dimension riddled with holes. Inside were countless broken black, floating islands. It was dead silent. Traveler passed through the spatial wall and fell into this secondary dimension. Before he could celebrate his escape, he saw a man and a woman in the dimension looking up at him in a daze. They were not wearing mecha helmets. When he saw the two of them clearly, Traveler's smile froze on his face. He was horrified. Black Star and the Dragon Emperor. F***CK. Why are the two of them here? He had just avoided one, and now he had bumped into another one. Traveler's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He did not have time to think about the reason. He immediately stopped his falling body and rushed back the way he came, toward the space turbulence above. Don't run. Ames reacted immediately. She reached out and pulled. A powerful force field grabbed Traveler's escaping body and pulled him toward her. Traveler was already heavily injured. Furthermore, he had lost the evil convergence and suffered a backlash. He was in a terrible state and could not break free from Ames' force field. I can't fall here. Traveler gritted his teeth. He ignored the consequences and used a secret technique to stimulate his tired mind. He circulated his magic power at a high speed and quickly cast a spell. The prototype of a teleportation door quickly took shape beside him. However, before he could complete the spell, a sudden confinement force field interrupted his spell. Below, Ames's usually lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. She stared at Traveler from afar. A circle of force field rippled out from her forehead. Force field, gaze of the dragon. Traveler's body froze in midair. Before he could react, his vision blurred. Ames appeared in front of him through void travel. She raised her hand and gently pressed it on his head. The next moment, a violent force field gushed out from Ames' palm and entered Traveler's body. Force field stress tear. The force field in Traveler's body suddenly pulled in all directions, forming countless forces that interacted with each other. Crack, crack. Countless bones and tendons in Traveler's body were being torn apart. Intense pain exploded, engulfing every single one of his nerves. He could not control his twisted expression from the pain. Poof! Flowers of blood exploded from every part of Traveler's body. He was dyed red. He opened his mouth and screamed in pain. His already serious injuries immediately worsened. At this moment, Ames's eyes shone with a cold light. She raised one leg high. The highly concentrated force field condensed into an extremely sharp cutting force on her leg. She slashed down. Force field, dragon axe. Whoosh! Ames's long leg slashed into Traveler's right shoulder. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, Traveler's arm was chopped off. She did not give Traveler any chance to fight back. She stepped on Traveler's neck and landed on a broken black floating island below. She stepped on the dying Traveler with her feet. At this moment, Han Xiao flew over casually. He looked at Ames in surprise. Why are you suddenly so violent? It's not like you. Ames did not look back. She just stared at Traveler under her feet and said calmly, when Hela was being attacked, he came to attack the Black Star Palace. At that time, I did not understand. Later, I guessed that he wanted to lure your lord's avatar out to share your energy in saving Hela. However, you had the foresight to ask me to guard the Black Star Palace. That was why he did not succeed. Facing Traveler, Ames did not show any mercy. Not only was he in cahoots with the enemies who wanted to kill Hela, but it was also because these people had forced Han Xiao to pay the price of burning his potential. In her opinion, Han Xiao did not say anything about this because he did not want Hela to feel guilty. Ames understood Han Xiao's actions, but she would not really forget and would always keep this matter in her heart. This trip to the secondary dimensions was mainly to accompany Han Xiao to relax, in her opinion, but she also had the intention of getting even with Traveler. At this moment, both old and new hatred erupted. Ames did not hesitate at all. Han Xiao clicked his tongue, squatted down, and looked at the seriously injured traveler. Oh, what day is it today? My luck is so good. I originally wanted to get even with you, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. Traveler's face turned red, and his veins popped out. He was full of grievance and resentment. He had finally escaped from the clutches of the Dark Emperor, but now he had bumped into the muzzle of Black Star. He had just escaped the tiger's den, but now he had entered the wolf's den. Traveler's mood had fluctuated greatly. He was now completely dispirited and did not even have the energy to scold fate for being unfair. His luck was not on his side. He had nothing to say and could only sigh in his heart. This is fate. The heavens want me dead. Han Xiao looked at the injuries on Traveler's body caused by the Dark Emperor and asked curiously, "Who did you meet to be so seriously injured?" Traveler did not say anything. He looked like he was ready to die. When his mind was not affected by evil convergence, he was quite normal. Since he knew that there was no way he could survive, he would not beg for mercy. "Oh, you have quite a backbone." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and chuckled softly. "I just don't know how the Star Ark civilization will react if you die. You don't have to deny it. Since I can accurately name the civilization you work for, I naturally have solid evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, Traveler's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. When he was active in the outside world, he always disguised himself as a neutral and accepted employment from different civilizations to hide the fact that he belonged to a certain supercluster civilization. His true identity had always been his secret, and the Star Ark civilization was the supercluster civilization that he secretly worked for. The outside world did not know about this. This way, no matter what he did, it would not implicate the civilization. This was also why he could do whatever he wanted without worry. But now, the identity that he had been hiding was suddenly exposed by Han Xiao. Traveler was shocked, and his mind was in chaos. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but judging from Han Xiao's confident expression and tone, he clearly had the evidence and was not lying to him. Why would I know? Han Xiao continued the conversation with a mischievous smile on his face as he jokingly said, "You're right. Sorokin told me all this." He was just used to pushing the blame. But Traveler's reaction was beyond his expectations. "It really is him." Traveler clenched his teeth. He noticed a flaw. The upper echelons shouldn't have worked with him. Is Sorokin really involved in this? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. He had thought that the supercluster civilization was acting on their own and wanted to intensify the conflict between the three universal civilizations. He did not know that Traveler's attack on Black Star Palace really had something to do with Sorokin. He seemed to have accidentally discovered some interesting inside information. Han Xiaoxin thought quickly, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Since I know who you are, you'd better tell me what happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. You'll be blamed on the Star Ark civilization, and I might be able to help you." If Traveler was alone, he would have been willing to sacrifice himself. However, according to the information in Han Xiao's previous life, Traveler was extremely loyal to the Star Ark civilization. Now that he had exposed himself, Han Xiao had a hold on him. Furthermore, Traveler hated Sorokin for telling this to Black Star, and he was worried that he would tell more people. Therefore, he decided to tell the truth about Sorokin's cooperation agreement. This was not only a compromise, but also an attempt to use this method to make Black Star hate Sorokin. He might be able to get rid of Sorokin with a borrowed knife. Traveler explained everything in detail. Only then did Han Xiao understand what was going on. His eyes sparkled, and he stroked his chin as he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Sorokin. So, the one who persuaded the Supercluster Alliance was you. You're the one who wanted to take advantage of the situation, and you're standing on the opposite side of the beyond grade as connecting the information exposed by Traveler and the limited information in his previous life." Han Xiao sneered and roughly understood Sorokin's true intentions. What maintaining the balance of the universe? What beyond grade as should know how to be content with what they have? What standing on the side of the group? These were all **T. There were two ways to go up. One was to develop oneself to a higher level, and the other was to reduce the number of competitors. Sorokin was the latter. The way Han Xiao saw it, This guy wanted the entire universe to only have a single-digit number of beyond grade as. He just wanted to monopolize all the privileges. The fewer high-level combatants there were, the less of an obstacle he would have. Therefore, it was only natural that he wanted to reduce the number of beyond grade as. Therefore, he used the faction differences set up by the advanced civilizations to provoke a conflict between beyond grade as. Han Shao had actually been wary of Sorokin all this time, but he could not figure out what he was planning. Now that he knew what Sorokin's goal was, it was equivalent to exposing a strong enemy hiding in the dark. He would be able to make targeted preparations in the future. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Putting away these plans, Han Shao pointed at Traveler's wound and asked, "Then what's with your wound? Who's chasing you?" Traveler glared at Han Shao with grief and anger, clenched his teeth, and said, "It's your Red Empire's Dark Emperor." He's here too? Han Shao was surprised. Thinking of the information about the Dark Emperor leaving his position as the ruler's personal guard, he suddenly understood. It seemed like the dynasty ruler was dissatisfied with the cooperation between Radiance and Ethereal again, plus the problem of the flickering world and the evolutionary totem, so he wanted to show off his strength in terms of high-level combatants. Therefore, he sent the Dark Emperor out to chase after the enemy as a warning to organizations with bad intentions. Speaking of which, for a peak beyond grade A like the Dark Emperor, the position of personal guard was actually a shackle. Hearing that Claudia had easily dealt with Traveler's ambush, Han Shao could not help but praise him in his mind. As expected of a member of the three Universal Civilizations trump card, the Shadow Director team, Han Shao thought for a while, activated the King Mechanical Suit's communication system, found the Red Empire's outpost station A000, and dialed it. The secondary dimensions were not like the main universe. There was no quantum network coverage, and many places were without signal. However, Han Shao had his own quantum base station, and the secondary dimension mechanical suit Claudia was wearing was a special model for the dynasty. It was equipped with a special directional communication device that could contact the dynasty's outpost to prevent him from going missing. Therefore, Han Shao directly called the dynasty's base in the secondary dimensions and used it as a relay to connect to Claudia. Because Traveler was the Dark Emperor's mission target, Han Shao felt that it was necessary to inform Claudia. Otherwise, he would mistakenly think that Traveler had escaped and would have to waste energy in the secondary dimensions to look for him. After waiting for a while, the communication was finally connected. Claudia's remote projection appeared in front of him, and he was frowning. "Black Star, why are you looking for me?" They were both pillars of the Empire, but due to the difference in their roles and identities, their communication had been very limited over the past few decades. Their relationship was average, and they did not have any other friendship. Their interactions were limited to colleagues at work. "Traveler is with me, and I caught him." Han Shao briefly explained the situation. After listening, Claudia replied concisely, "I'll go over immediately to confirm it with my own eyes." "Okay." Han Shao paused for a moment before sending the coordinates to the Dark Emperor. Claudia nodded and said slowly, "Oh right, when Traveler escaped, he took away an origin energy fragment of evil convergence. Look carefully, it should still be in his hands." After that, his remote projection disappeared, and he hung up the communication. He had no intention of chatting. "So cold," Han Shao muttered before turning to look at Traveler. He stretched out his hand and said, "Take out the origin energy fragment." Traveler gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out the origin energy fragment of evil convergence. It was as if he was handing over his wife, and his face turned green. Han Shao took it and played with it in his hand. This was the key to Traveler's evil convergence. Just like the wick of the Shadow Lantern, it used the origin energy fragment as a medium to unleash the special energy of the secondary dimension. Unfortunately, evil convergence was gone, and this origin energy fragment could only be used as a tinder. However, when he thought of Traveler's frenzied state after being possessed, he did not intend to become the groom of evil convergence. Han Shao put away this spoil of war and secretly thought about how to deal with Traveler. According to his plan, it would be best to seal him in the space-time amber. However, the Dark Emperor's mission was to kill him, and Ames did not seem to want to give up. Buzz, just as he was thinking, the senses of the three of them moved at the same time. They sensed an unfamiliar signal. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and saw the space wall in the distance open and spit out a small fleet. Before the three of them had time to wonder, the fleet quickly identified their location and charged toward the three of them. It was clear that they did not come with good intentions. In the command room of the main ship, Law stared at the confused Han Shao on the screen and said in a deep voice, "This time, we're right. There's no mistake this time. It's Black Star. All ships, lock onto the target and prepare to fire." Chapter 1081. Are these people just passing by, or are they here for us? Who are these people? Han Shao looked at this rapidly approaching fleet. The other party's spaceship did not have any organization symbol, so he did not know what organization they belonged to. He could not help but be confused. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Han Shao also prepared for battle. Mechanical force surged in his body. However, just as he was about to make a move, the space wall, not far away, cracked open again. Claudia finally arrived, and at the next moment, the fleet came to a halt midway, motionless. What's with this fleet? Han Shao glanced at this fleet in confusion. This time, Claudia flew over, so he could only turn around and greet him. "Your Excellency, Dark Emperor." Black Star." Claudia nodded slightly, looked at the dying traveler beside Ames, and asked, "How did you meet him?" "It was just a coincidence." Han Shao briefly explained the process. After Claudia heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly on his expressionless face. He said in a low voice, "This is really bad luck." After destroying Evil Convergence and losing the clues to find Traveler, he was still thinking about how to continue tracking him, but he did not expect Traveler to be so unlucky, meeting Black Star in the blink of an eye. He was not curious about why Han Shao was here. Claudia usually did not care about the private affairs of other beyond grade as. "I heard that your mission is to kill him," Han Shao asked. Claudia nodded. "Traveler is only one of the targets. The ruler's order is to kill him if he is not captured alive. If he is captured, he will hold a public trial and execute these beyond grade as live broadcast to the entire universe. Oh, and also interrogate who his employer is." "You have other targets?" Claudia glanced at him and said, "Just a few neutral beyond grade as who like to be mercenaries." "Are they related to the rescue of Hela?" Han Shao was curious. "The Empire has the final say." Claudia's tone was indifferent and nonchalant. Han Shao was speechless. Those neutral beyond grade as who were targeted were probably innocent in this matter, but they were unlucky enough to be used as tools by the dynasty to establish dominance. As expected of a loyal follower of the dynasty, the Dark Emperor did not care about this at all. The harsh living environment of some neutral beyond grade, as was evident. Han Shao then thought of the supercluster civilization and realized that the few targets chosen by the dynasty were probably those who were hired by the supercluster alliance. Using the rescue of Hela as an excuse, they wanted to make an example of the supercluster alliance and cut off the wings of the supercluster alliance. Perhaps they could also copy the tragedy of the Pinnacles and use the conflict as an excuse to reduce the number of beyond grade as. Han Shao shook his head and changed the topic. "I just interrogated him and got the identity of the mastermind from him." "Who is it?" The two of them did not block Traveler's communication. Hearing this, Traveler's expression changed, and he nervously stared at Han Shao, afraid that he would reveal the existence of the Star Arc civilization. However, he saw Han Shao give him a look. Traveler immediately understood and hurriedly interrupted. "Sorokin, he's the one who hired me to attack Black Star Palace and divert Black Star's attention, indirectly providing help to Radiance and Ethereal." "It's him? Isn't he a pure businessman?" Claudia frowned and was a little surprised. He could not help but look at Han Shao. "Do you think he can be trusted?" "I think he can be trusted. Traveler is just a neutral mercenary. He won't attack me for no reason." Han Shao smiled. Sorokin was indeed related, But Han Shao told Traveler to hide the identity of the Star Ark civilization and put all the blame on Sorokin. This way, the dynasty's hatred would not be divided, but would all be attracted by Sorokin. Anyway, Sorokin was indeed not clean, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find evidence. Although Han Technician was about to become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, he would not really help Sorokin develop for the sake of dividends. Furthermore, he had just learned that the other party was secretly plotting against him. It was a good opportunity to make use of the Red Empire to trick Sorokin and make the upper echelons wary of this guy. "I'll tell the ruler, but I still need to bring Traveler back for interrogation," Claudia said. Han Shao nodded, turned around, patted Ames's thigh, and told her to raise her leg. He then took out the space-time amber and sealed the powerless Traveler. While doing this, Han Shao pointed at the unfamiliar fleet not far away that was pretending to be air. "Speaking of which, I wanted to ask earlier, are they your troops?" Hearing this, Claudia was stunned. "I thought they were your people." As soon as he arrived, he realized that this fleet was the same fleet that he had met not long ago. When he saw Han Shao with the fleet, he thought that they were together and thought that he had misunderstood, so he did not pay much attention to it. From Han Zhao's point of view, he had only given the coordinates to the Dark Emperor, and this fleet arrived at the same time as the Dark Emperor. Therefore, he mistakenly thought that this fleet was the subordinate of the Dark Emperor. Both of them thought that this fleet was related to the other party. Now that it was clear, they realized that it was a third party. Realizing this, Claudia opened the public channel and yelled, "Who are you people? Why are you following me?" From his point of view, since he had met them twice, the only possibility was that they were following him. At this moment, in the command room of the fleet, Law and Fei were going crazy. Originally, they had locked on a black star and were ready to take action. However, the two of them did not expect that the first peak beyond grade marked on the map would move at the critical moment and also come to this secondary dimension. The sudden situation disrupted their plan, and the two of them hurriedly stopped the fleet, not daring to fire rashly. Seeing that Black Star was in the same group as another peak beyond grade A, the two of them felt troubled. If they took action in such a situation, the difficulty would increase exponentially, and there would be many more variables. They only wanted to wait until Han Shao was alone before taking action. At this moment, they only wanted to quickly escape from this place and find another opportunity. Hearing Claudia's question, Law had no choice but to use the excuse he had used when they first met. "Your Excellency beyond grade A, I did not expect to meet you again. We only detected special energy fluctuations here, so we rushed over to explore. We did not expect to see you again. We will leave now." Then, Law wanted the fleet to turn around and leave. However, this time, Claudia stopped him, his tone cold. "Once is fine, but now it's the second time, and it's still the same excuse. Do you think I'll believe it?" Claudia did not believe in such a coincidence. He had originally suspected the origin of this fleet, but he did not want to complicate things because he was carrying out a mission. Now that he had dealt with Traveler, he was not going to let go of this mysterious fleet that had bumped into him. But this is really just a coincidence. We're just a civilian exploration team. Law could only brace himself and continue to pretend. "That's easy to solve. Stop the ship and let's go up to search. If there's really no problem, I'll let you go," Claudia said with a deep voice. Hearing this, Law and Fei looked at each other and communicated telepathically. "What we do now? They won't let us go so easily. Do we really have to let them board our ship? You know that's impossible." Then, "It seems like we can only force them." The two of them were in a terrible mood and did not want to take action under such circumstances. But now that the cat was out of the bag, they could not just let it go and let the other party board their ship. Law gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. "Fire!" After Claudia requested to board the ship for inspection, the mysterious fleet suddenly stopped moving and did not respond. After waiting for a few seconds, Claudia saw that the other party was pretending to be dead and could not help but increase his tone. "This is your ultimatum. If you don't reply in 10 seconds, I'll destroy you." On the side, Han Shao was watching Claudia communicate with the mysterious fleet. He thought that the other party was here for the Dark Emperor, so he was watching the show from the side. At this time, when he heard Claudi's ultimatum, Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to do anything. I can virtual invade and control those spaceships, check their database, and see their origin." Claudi heard this, pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden change occurred. The spaceships suddenly opened fire, and sharp cone-shaped solid warheads were launched, dragging long trails of flames as they shot toward them. Solid bullets? Although the conventional weapons now were basically dark energy cannons and psionic cannons, Han Xiao would not underestimate solid warheads. Since the other party had the ability to travel through secondary dimensions, the ammunition loaded in the solid warheads would definitely not be simple. Seeing this, Ames raised her hand and waved. A force field spread out and froze all the warheads in midair, unable to move an inch. Seeing that the other party had made a move, Han Xiao did not hesitate. He activated virtual invasion and attacked the database of these spaceships. However, the moment Han Xiao's data probe penetrated the spaceship's artificial intelligence, an invisible force flowed through the quantum network and into his mind. Boom! A strong shock exploded in his consciousness, and the memory palace suddenly collapsed. Countless pieces of paper representing memories turned into tornadoes and spun rapidly. All of this was reflected in Han Xiao's first-person perspective. Countless memory fragments flashed uncontrollably in his mind, as if they had all turned into gibberish, making it difficult for him to maintain normal thinking. At the same time, a notification popped up on the interface. You have been invaded by memory formatting virus, quantum network type. Your class has been detected to be virtual mechanic. Memory formatting virus, quantum network type, has dealt 200% additional damage to you. This is... Han Xiao was shocked and felt the world spinning. This virus was entrenched in his quantum soul, and it was not a pure negative state. It was madly messing up his consciousness on the virtual level. It was as if a naughty child had come to his house, rummaging through his neatly arranged things and throwing them everywhere. Han Xiao had no choice but to focus and fight against it. Seeing his situation, Claudi's eyes narrowed. Dark energy gathered, and he brazenly attacked. However, the next moment, the large group of dimensional exile bullets that Ames had frozen in midair took the initiative to explode, releasing an expanding space turbulence that swallowed Claudi's attack and transferred it to an unknown place. Not only that, but these released space turbulence also crazily tore at the space wall of the land of dead silence, creating more holes. Seeing this, Ames immediately controlled her force field and prepared to crush these few spaceships. At this time, Faye, who was in the main ship, made her move. A foggy white protective shield spread out with her as the center, protecting the fleet and blocking Ames' force field. They competed with each other, preventing Ames from destroying the spaceships immediately. The next moment, a special disc-shaped device appeared at the bow of the main ship, which looked like some kind of magnifying radar. It suddenly vibrated and released a special wave. You have been affected by Advanced Life Form Energy Disorder Wave, beyond Grade A frequency. Your total level has been detected to be LV-320. It's taking effect. We don't have much time. Seeing this, Law abruptly raised his arm. His sleeve slid down, revealing an arm-shaped metal device on his wrist. This was a special equipment designed to capture primal Esper ability entities. He pulled it toward the mysterious energy host. Gotcha! The primal chaos mysterious energy seemed to have eaten some kind of great tonic. It suddenly expanded and broke the mysterious energy host from the inside out, instantly breaking free. However, before it could move, an invisible force caught its energy body and made it fly uncontrollably in the direction of the fleet. On the other side, the spaceship did not remain idle. The second wave of dimensional exile bullets was fired towards the trio, who were struggling to move. Claudia struggled to control his special ability, forming a shield around his body. However, the spatial turbulence directly swallowed Claudia along with his shell and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where he was banished to. At this critical moment, Han Xiao barely suppressed the overwhelming virus in his mind. He pulled his mind out, grabbed Ames's shoulder with difficulty, and escaped the range of the dimensional exile bullet with virtual teleportation. Then, he raised his hand and released a binding force field, grabbing the body of the primal chaos mysterious energy from the other side, preventing it from being captured. Whoosh! The primal chaos mysterious energy was pulled taut like a piece of cloth being pulled by both sides. Law's tone was anxious. Black Star is recovering. We can't waste any more time, or we'll be dead for sure. Take as much as you can. As he said that, he changed his hand gesture and activated another function of the arm-shaped storage device. A small part of the primal chaos mysterious energy's body was cut off. This part of the energy was absorbed by a black hole and quickly rushed into Law's arm-shaped storage device. Let's go. After completing this step, the fleet fired a dimensional exile bullet, which self-destructed as soon as it left the chamber. The spatial turbulence directly swallowed the fleet, making all the spaceships disappear. After dozens of seconds, the effects of the chaotic body control slowly disappeared. Ames took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. She had a shocked expression. What kind of methods are these? These are special technologies developed by primal Esper ability entities. Without any external interference, Han Xiao had already used his virtual technology to eliminate most of the memory formatting virus. After reorganizing his memory palace, his expression was solemn. From the beginning to the end, this fleet only used technological weapons, but they were able to force the three of them into an extremely passive state. Han Xiao had a deep impression of these special technologies because they had also appeared in his previous life. Be it the memory formatting virus, the dimensional exile bullet, or the advanced life form energy disorder wave, they were all special technologies reverse-engineered by different primal Esper ability entities and had different uses. Among them, the dimensional exile bullet could not be effective in the main universe because the space structure of the main universe was completely different from the secondary dimensions. However, in the secondary dimensions, this technology was a powerful weapon that could divide the battlefield, escape, expel, and destroy the secondary dimensions. The memory formatting virus was a technological product that affected the soul. It also came from a certain primal Esper ability entity and was modified into a quantum network model. It was a trap specifically set for Han Xiao's virtual intrusion and successfully took effect when Han Xiao was not prepared. The advanced life form energy disorder wave was specifically targeted at the strong. The higher one's energy rank, the greater the effect. It was equivalent to using one's own energy against oneself. However, beyond grade, life forms had very strong adaptability. Every time they were affected by the chaotic wave, their basic effect will be reduced the next time. The enemy specialized in primal Esper ability entities, so their containment technology was more advanced. By activating the primal chaos mysterious energy, they broke the carrier of the mysterious energy host and stole a portion of the primal chaos mysterious energy's energy. No matter how strong supers were, they were still life forms. Since they were life forms, there were ways to deal with them. They were far from invincible. Although the technology trees of the three universal civilizations were different, they all had technologies that targeted high-level life forms. For example, the 10,000 deity scepter was an example. Even the pinnacle beyond grade A dragon could not take more than a few hits from it. As the advanced civilizations developed, there would only be more and more similar technologies. If it were a head-on battle, be it Han Xiao or the Dark Emperor, they would be able to easily crush this fleet. However, the enemy was unprepared and used all kinds of targeted technologies to launch a sneak attack, catching the three of them off guard. Even Claudia, who was very strong, suffered. He was banished into the space turbulence and would not be able to come out again. However, the enemy could only control the three of them at most. They did not have enough attack methods, to hurt the three of them. The target of these people is not Claudie. They're coming for me. Han Shao stored the primal chaos mysterious energy again and frowned. Ames caught the information in Han Zhao's words and asked curiously, "You know who they are?" "I do know." Han Shao narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "This is a group of people. This is a group of people who shouldn't have appeared in this era." Chapter 1082. Doesn't belong to this era. Ames tilted her head with a strange expression. "Then, how did you know?" Han Shao paused and did not answer this question. He changed the topic and said in a low voice, "This is a secret organization that specializes in developing Esper ability technology. At the same time, they're also a mysterious arms dealer. Their products occasionally appear on the black market, and now they're eyeing the primal chaos mysterious energy." There was a lot of information that was inconvenient to reveal to Ames, so Han Shao did not tell her too much. He was only secretly surprised. The first time this organization appeared publicly was during the World Tree War. As a member of the explored universe, they participated in the war to resist the invasion of the World Tree civilization and used their Esper ability technology in the war. Now, it was only version 4.0 of the flickering world, several versions away from the World Tree War in the later storyline of his previous life. In Han Zhao's impression, this group of people should not have appeared in this era, which was why he was surprised. The name of this organization was Holy Covenant. Even in the later versions of his previous life, they were extremely mysterious. He only knew that most of the members of this organization were descendants of different beyond grade as. Other than these Esper ability technology, there were also a large number of historical beyond grade as who participated in the World Tree War together with the Holy Covenant organization. They were all famous beyond grade as whose deaths were confirmed. They seemed to have revived and returned to this universe. Quite a number of them were famous primordial ones. Such a powerful reinforcements with black technology and high-level combatants injected vitality into the chaotic battle back then, dealing a lot of damage to the high-level combatants of the World Tree civilization. The revival of these historical beyond grade, as was very exciting, but the reason for their revival was a mystery to the players. The advanced civilizations had sealed off the information, so the players had no way of knowing the inside story. In his previous life, Han Shao naturally had no way of knowing the truth. However, although the first time the Holy Covenant organization appeared was during the World Tree War, that was not the case for the primordial ones. Early in the Calamity of the Supers version, another batch of primordial ones had awakened and became one of the fuses of the Calamity of the Supers. Back then, the explanation that these primordial ones gave to the outside world was that they had pretended to die in battle during the exploration era and entered a special high-level life-sustaining cabin to hibernate, trying to avoid the tragic exploration era war. They did not want to die in vain and hoped to wake up in the future. With their great power, they could dominate the universe in the new era. But something seemed to have gone wrong. The place where they slept was caught in the flames of war, and the life support cabins drifted through the universe before landing on a barren planet. At the same time, the life support cabins malfunctioned, and they were unable to wake up at the set time. They could only linger on in a deep sleep. Like this, countless years passed. Although the special life support cabins could slow down the decay of the body and soul, they were still gradually heading towards extinction. Coincidentally, when they were on the brink of death, a scientific research team dug them out and reactivated the life-sustaining pods. Only then did they wake up from their deep slumber and spend a long time recovering to their peak state. At that time, the outside world only knew that the revival of the primordial ones was a fact. Although there were loopholes in this statement, such as how a beyond grade A could be restricted by a small life capsule, the truth could not be verified. The public could only believe it and think that this was the truth. Therefore, in summary, in the version of his previous life, the primordial ones had appeared twice. Once during the Calamity of the Supers, and the other time during the World Tree War. The two groups were different. The group of primordial ones that appeared in the Calamity of the Supers version did not seem to be on the same side as the Holy Covenant organization. However, whether or not they were really related, the players in his previous life had no way of knowing. Therefore, Han Xiao was not sure about the connection between the two. If they were related, then the group of primordial ones that woke up during the Calamity of the Supers might have lied. They might not have returned through the life support cabins. The Holy Covenant organization. Han Xiao pondered and guessed the other party's intentions. This organization had existed for a long time, and they had clearly minded their own business. However, they had suddenly attacked him, which meant that the primal chaos mysterious energy was extremely important to the Holy Covenant organization, to the point that they did not hesitate to offend an important person who stood at the peak of the universe. According to the nature of the Holy Covenant organization, could it be that they wanted to develop some new technology based on the primal chaos mysterious energy? Then, the Holy Covenant organization in his previous life should have done something similar. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. If that was the case, the Holy Covenant organization in his previous life might have secretly worked with ES God. They split up the other primal Esper ability entities and exchanged them for the resources in ES God's hands. Then, they obtained the primal chaos mysterious energy and split it in half with ES God. If that was the case, some of ES God's super high-risk Esper abilities in the later stages might have been provided by the Holy Covenant organization. Originally, it was fine if he did not know, but now that Han Xiao realized that the Holy Covenant organization had existed in this era, he could not help but become very interested in it. The Holy Covenant organization ran away after one shot, thinking that they would not be exposed. Little did they know that I already knew about their origins. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and his mood became better again. Compared to this great discovery of the century, suffering a small loss in their hands was nothing. At this time, Ames asked curiously, "Your dynasty's Claudia was swept away by the space turbulence. Will he be fine?" "Don't worry, he's just lost. With his ability and the universal treasures in his hands, it won't take long for him to escape." Han Xiao was not worried about the Dark Emperor at all. No matter where he fell, Claudia was the more dangerous existence at the top of the food chain to that creature from the secondary dimension. However, he could not track Claudia in the space turbulence, so he could not get him out. The Holy Covenant organization's fleet also used the dimensional exile bullet to send themselves into the space turbulence to prevent them from being chased. Because his virtual intrusion was interrupted by the memory formatting virus, Han Xiao did not leave any hidden data in the other party spaceship. This was like stabbing a needle into the spaceship without warning, only to discover that there was a needle hidden inside. Next time, he would be prepared. As long as he deliberately put on a thick layer of data shield as a buffer and got rid of the virus before it spread, it would be very difficult for this trap to work on him. At this time, Han Xiao looked at the containment device of the primal chaos mysterious energy and realized that this guy was very agitated, crazily ramming into the inner wall of the container and screaming. "Oh, it hurts." Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but mourn. In his previous life, his body had been torn apart by someone. He thought that with ES God taken care of, the primal chaos mysterious energy would not repeat the same mistake. He did not expect that his penis would still be taken away. Furthermore, his treatment might be even worse. In his previous life, ES God only used his ability and did not torture him. The Holy Covenant organization would definitely conduct research on it, which meant that the primal chaos mysterious energy would feel all kinds of torture from that part of his body. Han Xiao was even more sympathetic. "Speaking of which, how did you feel just now? You couldn't control your body?" "That's right. I don't know what they did, but they stimulated my core and made me lose control of my body. Then they used an irresistible force field to drag me over." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "Then, can you still feel the location of that part of your body?" "I can." Before the primal chaos mysterious energy finished, as if it was stimulated, its entire body suddenly shrank. It said in shock, "Ah, my senses are blocked." Han Xiao raised his brows, but he was not surprised. The primal chaos mysterious energy was an expert in the study of primal esper ability entities. There was no way it would leave such an obvious clue for others to follow. However, did this not mean that this part of the primal chaos mysterious energy's body had been cut off, and all that was left was the illusion of pain? Ha ha ha! The holy light particle laughed so hard that it was rolling on the ground. Karma, to think that you would have such a day. The primal chaos mysterious energy was like a cat that had just been neutered. It flipped through its missing body parts and said in grief and anger, Black Star, you have to help me get my body back." Han Zhao's lips twitched. Why do I feel like I've taken away Evan's role? But I don't want to participate in a big battle. At this time, a notification popped up on the interface as usual. You have triggered the mission, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy's request for help. Mission introduction. A mysterious organization has taken part of the core energy of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy from you. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy hopes that you can help him get it back. Mission requirements. Get back the missing core energy of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Reward. 1,500,000,000 experience. 1 random reward. Plus 60 favorability of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Plus 1 favorability of the Holy Light Particle. Primal Esper Ability Entity Affinity. Primal Esper Ability Entity Affinity. The Primal Esper Ability Entity will be more likely to accept you. There's indeed a mission. Han Zhao looked at it and calculated in his mind. The reward of this mission was rather ordinary, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, dealing with the Holy Covenant organization seemed to be an opportunity to complete Primal Esper Ability Collector. If he were to try his luck and find ownerless Primal Esper abilities, he did not know when he would be able to gather 4 slots. Now that he had encountered the Holy Covenant organization that specialized in Esper ability technology, they definitely had a lot of stock. If he could get it back, this milestone mission would be easily completed. Han Xiaoxin made up his mind and replied, "Okay, I'll do it. However, they're very elusive. It won't be that easy to find them. As long as you're willing to help me." The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was overjoyed. Black Star was not its host. He was only using it as a tool. It did not have the right to ask for his help. Even without a part of its body, it could still be useful. Therefore, it was really afraid that Han Zhao would not agree. Han Zhao comforted it with a few words. He then took out the backup Mysterious Energy host carrier and stuffed the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy into it again. He did not give it any time to recover from its psychological trauma and continued to make it work. At this time, Ames looked at the raging space turbulence around them, frowned, and said, "The space turbulence released by that group of people has caused serious damage to the land of dead silence. If we don't do anything about it, this secondary dimension might disappear before Hela comes again." Hearing that, Han Zhao also looked around. The originally broken space wall of the land of dead silence now looked like it had been eaten by worms, with more and more small holes appearing. This dimension was related to Hela, so the two of them could not just leave it be. Han Zhao had no choice but to summon a large piece of space equipment to control the environment. The thickness of the space wall depended on the core energy of the secondary dimension. Only when there was enough energy would the space wall self-repair. The area of the dimension continued to expand. Han Zhao could only try his best to lead the space turbulence released by the dimensional exile bullet out of the land of dead silence to reduce the pollution. This was a difficult project. The two of them stayed in the land of dead silence for quite a while before they managed to expel the space turbulence inside the dimension. At this time, the two of them sensed something and realized that the resurrection tokens they were wearing suddenly had a drastic increase in temperature. At the same time, a golden-orange radiance suddenly appeared on a broken black floating island in the distance. Han Zhao immediately turned around and was slightly stunned. A golden-orange phantom emerged from the black desert. It looked like a spirit body, and the appearance of this phantom was that of a female humanoid creature. She looked gentle and beautiful, wearing beautiful clothes. She looked extremely young, but her eyes were very deep in vicissitudes of life. She had a kind temperament like a grandmother, and she was silently looking at the two of them. Seeing this, the two of them were slightly shocked. When they first arrived, they had already checked the entire secondary dimension. They clearly did not sense any existence, but now, a strange phantom had appeared out of nowhere. They did not know what it was, but it managed to avoid their senses. After the attack of the Holy Accord organization, Han Zhao's vigilance had yet to subside. He was secretly preparing for battle. At this time, the resurrection tokens on the two of them actually showed signs of floating. The phantom pointed at the two resurrection tokens and released a mental wave. Can you tell me, what is your relationship with the creator of these two coins? In the space turbulence, the Holy Covenant Organization's fleet with its shield activated was floating up and down. In the command room, Law held the containment device and observed the primal chaos mysterious energy fragments. He was not very satisfied inside. Sigh, Black Star's recovery ability is too strong. The products the organization gave us have limited effects on him. We didn't have enough time, so we could only get a small part of the primal chaos mysterious energy. Be content. At least we met the minimum requirement and made up for the synthesis materials. We can report back now. If we were a little greedy and did not escape decisively, our spaceship might have been invaded and controlled by Black Star when he recovered, Faye whispered. Although they had achieved the minimum goal of this operation, the two of them knew how dangerous it was. They were still extremely wary of Han Xiao and almost got wiped out. The sneak attack this time was a success, but it also made him wary. The next time we meet him, we won't be able to achieve this result. Plus, he'll probably report the technology we have to the dynasty, which will bring some risk to the organization. Law was worried. Faye was more optimistic. Luckily, the mission is completed. Even if Black Star is wary, it doesn't matter. We won't have to deal with him again. There won't be a next time. That's true. After chatting for a while, Law put away the containment device. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. I remember that the data on the primal chaos mysterious energy shows that it and the holy light particle are mortal enemies. Their energies have conflicting reactions. Maybe I can use this characteristic to develop a special detection device to find the holy light particle." Hearing this, Faye agreed. "You're right. The holy light particle has been missing for many years, and we don't know where it is hidden. It's also an important synthesis material. The organization will probably take your suggestion seriously and make the holy light particle their next target." Chapter 1083. In a land of dead silence, the two of them looked at the golden-orange spirit that had appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao held the resurrection token and asked curiously while sensing its vibration, "What are you? What are you?" "I'm the consciousness of the underworld. Simply put, I'm the butler of this secondary dimension. You can call me by my name, Onisalu. It's actually a dimensional consciousness entity. I thought that in a dying secondary dimension like this, even if it had a consciousness entity, it would have already disappeared." Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Only a very small number of secondary dimensions could give birth to dimensional consciousness, which was equivalent to having a life of its own. The evil convergence was one such example. A dimensional consciousness entity was of a higher level, which meant that the secondary dimension had successfully ignited the spark of intelligence. In comparison, the evil convergence was just a beast. This dimensional consciousness entity could control all the energy of the secondary dimension. In the eyes of some people, it was an existence similar to a god. Some sects worshipped the dimensional consciousness entity as a god statue. This was one of the mainstream forms of existence of gods in the main universe. According to Han Zhao's understanding, the function of the dimensional consciousness entity was basically the same as the land, which made it much simpler to explain. No wonder he could not sense its existence. Although this was a dying secondary dimension, it was still its territory. The dimensional consciousness entity was this space itself. If it did not want to appear, no one would be able to discover it. Then, what's the underworld? Han Xiaoxin had a vague guess. Sure enough, this dimensional consciousness entity who called herself Onisala looked down at the black floating island under her feet and said calmly, "As you can see, this secondary dimension that's heading toward destruction is the underworld." Han Xiaoxin understood. The land of dead silence was what the Void Lord Kirkman called it. It seemed like the underworld was the official name of this secondary dimension. He raised the resurrection token in his hand and asked, "So, you should have discovered us long ago. Since you reacted to the energy in this coin, why did you only appear now?" "Just to confirm your intentions." Onisalu's mental fluctuations were very gentle. Onisalu had noticed Han Xiao the moment they entered the underworld dimension. She had been observing them silently. Only when they helped her manage the environment and she confirmed that they had no ill intentions did she decide to show herself. On the other hand, Onisalu also needed to determine if the two guys carrying the resurrection tokens were friends or foes with the Creator. This was very important to her. Han Xiao still wanted to ask, but he was interrupted by Onisalu. "I know you have a lot of questions, but I have answered enough questions. Before you tell me your relationship with the creator of these two coins, I will not answer any more of your questions." Hearing this, Han Xiao kept his mouth shut and started to calculate the pros and cons. The fact that the Hella sisters had an energy connection with this secondary dimension was already very strange, and now that this dimension had a consciousness, it was even more sensitive. According to Hella, this dimension was an obstacle to her and Aurora's connection, and it had been silently absorbing the energy they transmitted. Thus, he could not confirm the other party's intentions for the time being. He did not know if he should be honest or not. But then again, since there was a consciousness of the dimension, it would definitely know the ins and outs of everything. Hella did not have to guess blindly. The only problem was to confirm that the other party was not lying. Just as Han Xiao was thinking, Ames, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. "She's my student." Onisalu turned around and looked. "Can you prove it?" Ames looked at Han Xiao and signaled with her eyes. "Fine, since you've said it, I don't have to think about it anymore." Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and used virtual technology to show some of Hella's information. It really is the power of the dead. Onisalu's mental fluctuations seemed to be relieved, and she smiled kindly. She also has an elder sister or younger sister who has the life Esper ability, right? They should be related by blood. That's right. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Onisala looked at the two of them deeply, clasped her hands together, and her tone became serious. "I have a request. I hope you can bring them to me as soon as possible. The underworld needs a new successor." Successor? Han Xiao and Ames looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. "What's going on? Tell me everything you know, and I'll tell them. But if you don't, I can only suspect your intentions and stop them from coming," Han Xiao said in a deep voice. The title of successor sounded good, but Han Technician was afraid that this was an existence similar to the Meow King. He was worried that he would be tricking Hella, so he had to ask clearly. "Since I've decided to show up, I don't plan to hide it from you." Onisalu shared a memory through her mental fluctuations, giving off an atmosphere of listening to her mother's story of the past. It all started from the exploration era. In a long war, the first batch of Beyond Grade, as was born. They were called the Primordial Ones in history. Among the Primordial Ones, there was a pair of sisters who were not related by blood, but had Esper abilities that complemented each other. They were Nerkes, the Master of Death, and Eros, the Mother of All. They used their own abilities to create this underworld dimension. At first, the underworld dimension was just a cage used to imprison the souls of the dead that Nerkes had restrained and the followers that Eros had subdued. However, as the abilities of the two founders continued to grow, the underworld dimension gained a new function, which was to become a place for the souls of the dead, providing a world where the consciousness of the dead could live forever. Since you're a mechanic, in your words, you can understand it as converting the memories and minds of those who died physically into data and uploading it to the virtual world to achieve a different kind of eternal life. The underworld dimension is like a server storing the souls of countless lives. Many strong people from the exploration era chose the underworld and slept here after death. Therefore, Nerkes and Eros created me and let me manage the underworld, becoming the tomb keeper of the underworld. The two founders were extremely talented, and they did not stop growing. Nerkes' ability prevented the souls from decaying in the underworld, while Eros used her ability to create temporary physical vessels for the souls to regain the shell of life. Then, she used the special energy of the fusion of the two to temporarily restore the combat power of the target until the fuel of life was used up. Even if the physical vessels died again, their souls could still return to the underworld. The two of them used this ability to create a strong army. The underworld dimension was still a huge army camp to them. Hearing Onisalu's explanation, Han Zhao's mouth twitched, and a strong sense of déjà vu surged within him. What the F***CK? This is Edo reincarnation plus Martyr's Palace. These two sisters really know how to play. Ames had mentioned before that the abilities of the two Hela sisters were very similar to the abilities of these two primordial ones. So Han Xiao had looked up their information before and knew that the mother of all creation was not as weak as Aurora. She had a huge number of followers and had abilities similar to summoners. Now, this was the first time that Han Xiao knew the details of their abilities. This meant that the underworld stored the souls of countless strong people. Through the fusion of life energy, death energy, and revival energy, one could perform Edo reincarnation and turn them into a huge army. According to this dimensional consciousness entity, the two Hela sisters seemed to be able to become the inheritors of the underworld. Wouldn't this mean that they had received the inheritance of two primordial ones? A windfall from the sky. Good things indeed happened when he spent a lot of time with Fu Ding. Just as he was pleasantly surprised, Onisalu changed the topic, and her tone became sorrowful. Unfortunately, after the death of the two founders, the underworld dimension lost its energy supply and gradually withered. All the souls fell silent, and even I fell into a deep sleep. How did they die? Han Xiao was curious. The information did not state the cause of their death. It only said that they had disappeared without a trace. A bunch of conspiracy theories appeared in his mind, but Onisalu's answer was unexpected. They committed suicide. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. They were alive and well. Why? Onisalu sighed. They kept developing their abilities, and one day, they suddenly had an epiphany. All this time, they claimed to be the controllers of life and death, but they had never felt what real death and new life were. In their opinion, only by walking this path could their Esper abilities reach a higher level. Therefore, they decided to walk towards death to find the true meaning of life and death. Before they died, they told me not to be sad, that destruction was only the beginning of a new life, that this was their final destination. On that day, I saw with my own eyes that they left behind their fleshly bodies. They naturally soared into the sky and ended their lives. Han Zhao's face was filled with question marks. No, they were already dead. What was there to comprehend? Could it be that these two were the ultimate Tao seekers, and they came to the conclusion that they could die at night? Perhaps only with such a mentality could they become the first batch of great people in the universe to break through the beyond grade A. Perhaps this was the meaning of the primordial ones. As if she understood Han Zhao's expression, Onisala shook her head and said softly, "I know your doubts. I know your doubts." Before their consciousness completely disappeared, there was a brief moment where they were in the superposition of life and death. It was at that moment that I received the last message they left. They said that they had finally found the true meaning of life and death. What is it? Han Zhao's curiosity was piqued again. Inheritance. Onisalu's tone was gentle. They said that passing on the torch is the true meaning of endless life, forming a complete cycle in the huge life system. Han Xiao was speechless. Isn't this common sense? Did you guys learn this when you were trying to kill yourselves? You died for nothing. However, although he really wanted to complain, he also understood that it was one thing to know the truth and it was another to experience it personally. Most of the time, the key to a higher level was the sudden flash of inspiration. This was the origin of epiphany. The stronger one was, the more important this feeling was. Onisilu continued. Their deaths were not in vain. They passed on this deepest understanding to the next generation. Han Xiaoxin was shocked and could not believe it. Could Hela and Aurora really be the reincarnations of those two primordial ones? Hearing this, Ames was also shocked. However, Onisilu shook her head. Reincarnation? Not like that. They're already dead, completely dead. Their souls have disappeared, and their bodies have been decomposed by me to replenish the origin energy of the dimension. Other than this underworld, there's nothing left. They left all their experience in their Esper abilities. It's their Esper abilities that are passing on. I still don't understand. Ames did not understand. Onisilu explained patiently. After they died, they left behind the seeds of the life Esper ability and death Esper ability. This is neither material nor energy, but a higher dimensional information form. I don't know why this happened, but I know that if I kept them, no one in the entire universe would awaken the life Esper ability and death Esper ability. Therefore, in order to complete the task entrusted to me by the two founders and to save myself, I sent these two seeds of information entanglement back to the main universe. I knew that one day in the future, they would blossom and bear fruit on two new life forms. At this point, Onisilu paused and smiled. Do you really think it's a coincidence that a pair of sisters with the life and death Esper abilities appeared in the entire universe? Hearing this secret, the great mechanic Han felt as if his young heart had been impacted. In that case, Hela and Aurora did not have any direct relationship with the primordial ones. They were only chosen by the information form Esper ability seeds and became this generation's life and death Esper ability users. The primordial ones had integrated their own understanding into the information form Esper ability seeds. Therefore, the future awakened would subtly obtain the inheritance of experience and memory, which was equivalent to increasing the talent of the future generations. No wonder Hela could learn new abilities and talents so easily. This Esper ability of hers had its own development strategy. How could this be called an Esper ability seed? It should be the source. Information form. Han Xiao could not help but have more thoughts. He still remembered that during one of his species' evolution, an evolution option of multidimensional shadow had appeared. It seemed to be related to the information form. Before he could think about it carefully, Onisilu spoke again in a low voice. This is everything I know. After the death of the two founders, the underworld gradually withered and could no longer maintain its isolation from the outside world. Its surface area was shrinking, and the spatial walls were shattering. One soul after another fell into a deep sleep. I could only store them all in the dimensional core to prevent them from dying out. However, I also became weaker and weaker and fell into a deep sleep. When the underworld completely disappears, these souls will also disappear. The source energy of the underworld is the energy of the life and death Esper abilities. Not long ago, I finally received a supplement and unconsciously absorbed the energy of this generation's sisters, barely waking me up from a long, deep sleep. Then I stopped absorbing. Han Xiao thought to himself, not long ago, it should be when Hela and Aurora were developing their life connection. No wonder the energy they transmitted was sucked away. That makes sense. In that case, the underworld dimension is actually a medium for the life connection of the two sisters, a medium for their energy. This time, Onisilu shook her head and calmly said, the remains of the two primordial ones allowed me to last for a long time. They've long been used up. The underworld urgently needs a long-term, stable source energy provider. Please bring them over as soon as possible. I don't know how long I can last. As soon as she said that, Han Xiao received a mission notification. You have triggered the mission heir of the underworld. Mission introduction. The underworld is the legacy of the previous generation's life and death Esper. The dimensional consciousness body Onisilu has sensed that she is dying. She hopes that Hela and Aurora will become the new heirs. Mission requirements: help Hela and Aurora inherit the underworld dimension. Reward: 50 million EXP, plus 20 Onisolu favorability, 1 character summon card. Additional mission requirements: restore the underworld dimension to its peak. Additional reward: plus 40 Onisolu favorability, mark of the underworld. Chapter 1084. Mission time. Han Xiao glanced at the interface and immediately knew what was going on. According to the basic reward, it should not be difficult for Hela to take over the underworld dimension. It was just that the additional requirements would be more difficult. Who knew how much energy it would take to restore this tattered underworld to its original state? Even squeezing Hela dry would not be enough. However, since it was an inheritance from a senior, there was no reason to reject it. At most, it would take more time. The brand of the underworld made Han Xiao quite envious. Its effect was to gain the right to control the energy of the secondary dimension to a certain extent. This thing was equivalent to a kind of control authority, similar to the mark of evil convergence on Traveler. It was the key to opening the secondary dimension and also gave some strength bonuses. Furthermore, when he killed an enemy, he could also drag the enemy's soul into the underworld and increase the number of members in the Martyr's Palace. It was equivalent to gaining part of Hela's authority and becoming a part-time soul hunter. Connecting this to the favorability reward, could it be that he had done Onisolu a huge favor, so she was willing to give her body to him? Thinking about it this way, it did seem quite exciting. Han Xiao recalled that in his previous life, Hela did not display any ability related to the underworld dimension. The underworld had probably already disappeared before she discovered it. After all, the opportunity for Hela to discover the underworld dimension was the process of establishing a life link with Aurora. The underworld acted as a medium and intercepted most of the energy transmitted between the two. Without this wave of energy, Onisolu would not have been able to wake up. In his previous life, Aurora was already dead, and Hela was alone. Since there was no energy transmission between the two sisters, she most likely did not discover the existence of the underworld dimension and missed out on the inheritance. At the same time, without Aurora, there was no way to summon an underworld powerhouse like the Edo Tensei, and the recovery energy from the fusion of the two did not exist. Thus, even if Hela obtained the underworld dimension, she would only be able to use a weakened version of it. Therefore, in the end, the German organization leader was really amazing. Various thoughts flashed through Han Zhao's mind. Finally, he calmed himself down and nodded at Onisolu. "All right, I'll bring them over immediately to meet you. It's all up to you." Onisolu smiled. After she finished speaking, her figure disappeared, concealing the dimensional consciousness entity once again. She had already said what she needed to say. Now that her dimensional energy was completely depleted, she would save as much as she could. Now that only the two of them were left, Han Xiao turned to look at Ames and saw that she was deep in thought. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the shock yet. This was understandable. The two of them only wanted to help Hela scout the area, but they didn't expect to encounter a series of unforeseen events. First, he met the Traveler and beat him up. Then, he was ambushed by an unknown army. Claudia went missing, and the primal chaos mysterious energy was crippled. Finally, he met the dimensional consciousness entity of the underworld and learned such shocking secrets. There was too much information to digest. It was said that every lucky guy seemed to have a physique that caused trouble easily. Why didn't he see Ames's potential in this aspect before? However, overall, Han Xiao was more surprised than shocked. He had captured the Holy Light Particle, triggered many new missions, and obtained some secret intelligence. He had gained a lot. Although a part of the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken away, it could still use its abilities. Thinking about it this way, it did not seem like he had lost anything. As for the pain of the primal chaos mysterious energy, Han Xiao was actually not too concerned. Lu Zizhen had really said this time that the joys and sorrows of people were not the same, let alone people and Esper ability entities. Dealing with a Holy Covenant organization required long-term planning. The most important thing now was to help Hela inherit the underworld. Thinking about that, Han Shao patted Ames's shoulder and said, "Stop spacing out. It's time to leave." Ames came back to her senses and smiled happily. "I didn't expect Hela and Aurora to have such fortuitous encounters. As expected of my students." Yes. Your students are amazing." Seeing that Ames had entered her disciple-obsessed mode again, Han Shao helplessly interrupted her and said, "Since we've encountered such a situation, we have to stop our trip. I'll get the primal chaos mysterious energy to bring you back to Black Star Palace and bring Hela over. You don't have any objections, right?" "This is great news. Why would I have any objections?" Ames chuckled. Hearing this, Han Shao nodded and ordered the mysterious energy host to grab Ames, disappearing without a trace in a flash. The primal chaos mysterious energy's dimensional travel ability was much more convenient than mechanical devices, so it did not take much time to go back and forth. Leaving him alone to wait, he thought for a while before opening the communication channel and calling the Dynasty's secondary dimension outpost. This time, he contacted the Dynasty's guardian here. After a while, the communication was finally connected, and Gyuzer's face appeared before him. The moment he saw this face, Han Shao was stunned for a moment. Zhang Fei? Oh, I saw wrongly. Scared me. This is too similar. It's like they're made from the same mold. This time, Gyuzer's loud voice sounded, and his tone was impatient. "Black Star, I suddenly lost the location of the Dark Emperor. Where did he go? We were attacked by a mysterious fleet, and he was exiled into space turbulence." Han Shao briefly explained the process, emphasizing the Holy Covenant's technology. This group of small fries actually made him suffer. Claudia is really getting worse and worse. Gyuzer grumbled unhappily. Understandable. Han Shao coughed and tried to change the topic. Gyuzer shook his beard and murmured, "However, this group of people's technology is indeed unique. If I was not prepared, I might have ended up like them." "Hey, Black Star, do you know where they came from?" "I don't know. If you want to track them down, I suggest the Dynasty start with the records of the birth of primal Esper ability entities. This organization must have more than one primal Esper ability entity. I don't know about the rest." This time, he was not deliberately hiding it. Han Zhao's understanding of the Holy Covenant of this era was indeed limited. Just exposing the organization's name would not have much effect, and it would only attract suspicion. "Got it. I will upload your information. This group of people actually dared to attack the Dynasty. We must dig them out and teach them a lesson," Gyuzer said in a deep voice. Han Shao nodded secretly. Letting the Dynasty track down the Holy Covenant organization would at least cause some trouble for the other party. With the power of an advanced civilization, they might really discover something. This could be considered as him taking advantage of the situation. Gyuzer cursed a few times and vented some of his anger before calming down. He sized up Han Zhao's figure and could not help but extend a warm invitation. "Black Star, I've always wanted to get to know you. Come visit me when you have time. Let's get to know each other better. There will be a chance." Han Shao agreed with a smile on the surface, but he sighed in his heart. A powerful beyond grade, taking the initiative to befriend him meant that he was finally about to succeed in getting to know him after so many years. He had an impression of Gyuzer. This was a Dynasty expert who guarded the secondary dimensions all year round, and he had never met him personally before. In Han Technician's memory, this guy seemed to be very good at fighting. It was a pity that he died a little too early and did not make it to the World Tree version. Speaking of which, the secondary dimensions were also one of the battlefronts of the World Tree War. The degree of devastation here was not inferior to that of the main universe. The research institutes and outposts of the three universal civilizations in the secondary dimensions were almost completely wiped out. Compared to the stable space-time and style of the main universe, the bizarre secondary dimensions were more dangerous due to their endless changes. After chatting for a while, the two parties got along quite well and left a good impression on each other. Han Xiao hung up the communication. The space around him fluctuated again, and the mysterious energy host brought Ames and Hela back to Han Zhao's side. He turned around and greeted them. Yo, you're here. Why didn't you bring your sister along? There's no need to bring Aurora to such a dangerous place. I need her ability, so I'll just get her to transmit it to me remotely. Hela explained. She then looked around, curiously sizing up the underworld dimension, and suspiciously said, You guys really didn't team up to lie to me? This secondary dimension is the legacy of the primordial ones? Let her explain it to you herself. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and almost subconsciously called him Geezer Earth. Onisalu appeared again. She first smiled at Han Xiao, as if praising his efficiency. Then, she pulled the doubtful Hela aside and started talking. Seeing this, Han Xiao called out to Hela and said, All right, let's talk to her for now. All right, you could talk to her slowly. Ames and I won't stay here to accompany you. We'll leave you with a mechanical army. If there's anything, just inform me. You have the king mechanical suit anyway. Just call me if you're in danger, and I'll teleport you back. Hela turned around and looked at him. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Okay, you go and play with your teacher. Han Xiao smiled at her, then let the mysterious energy host take the two of them and disappear. He was not worried about Hela's safety. After all, she was a beyond grade A, and she had his own army to take care of her. She had enough power to protect herself in the secondary dimensions. Looking in the direction where the two of them disappeared, Hela had complicated emotions in her eyes. There was both joy and disappointment. The legacy of the primordial ones was an opportunity to increase her strength, so she was naturally very surprised. However, when she thought about how the two-person trip she had agreed to with Blackstar in the secondary dimensions would be cancelled, Hela felt a little disappointed. Although she did not usually say it, she actually really wanted to go out and play with Blackstar, Void Dimension. A red light flashed, and the two of them instantly appeared in Kirkman's territory. After settling the business of the Holy Light Particle and the Underworld Dimension, Han Xiao planned to complete the Void Conqueror milestone mission. Therefore, he remembered his agreement with Kirkman and rushed back. However, at this moment, the two of them looked around and could not help but be slightly stunned. The Void Crystal Floating City, which was originally densely populated, was now empty. The Void Core Station here were all gone. Strange, where did they all go? Did they go out to train? Ames looked around. We'll know once we find a Void creature and ask. Han Xiao brought Ames to Kirkman's palace. As expected, there were still some Void attendants who did not have much combat power left. When they saw the two distinguished guests that their lord had received, they all came forward to welcome them. Han Xiao did not stand on ceremony and asked directly, Where did Kirkman go? His lordship led the army out to war. Didn't we tell him to wait for us to return before starting the war? Could he not even wait for this little bit of time? Han Xiao was puzzled. The Void attendant said helplessly, It wasn't Lord Kirkman who started the war. It was the other Void lords who invaded us, and Lord Kirkman was only forced to fight. Then give me the coordinates of the battlefield. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, It seems like we came at the right time. At the same time, in a certain area of the Void Dimension, two massive Void armies were engaged in a fierce battle. In the middle of the battlefield, the leading Void lords of both sides were killing each other. One of them was riding a young Void dragon, holding a giant Void crystal shield and a black longsword. The other was riding a Void worm with more than 20 arms, all of which were holding bronze short spears. Every time the weapons of both sides clashed, there would be a burst of bluish-purple Void energy shockwaves. A large area around them was emptied out, and no one came to interfere with the duel between the two Void lords. The one wielding the long sword was Kirkman. He was at a slight disadvantage in the duel. His control of Void energy was not as profound as his opponent's, and his ability was also much weaker. He was in a rather passive position, attacking less and defending more. The enemy he was facing was his nemesis, Han Zhao's mission target, Void Lord Bagdora. As they were all Void creatures, they had high resistance to Void energy, which limited the effectiveness of long-range attacks. Thus, Most void creatures were more inclined to close combat when dealing with their own kind. Clang! More than 10 short spears slashed down at the same time. Kirkman hurriedly raised his shield to block, and a ring-shaped shockwave exploded at the point of collision. Both sides were in a stalemate. Can you feel my increased strength? You're no longer my opponent. Bagdora laughed loudly. You killed another Void Overlord? Kirkman was both shocked and furious. At their level, every increase in strength was very important. Only by devouring existences of the same level or higher would their strength increase significantly. For many years, both of them were evenly matched, but now, Bagdora's strength was obviously higher. This could only be explained by him devouring the core of another Void Lord. A newly born Void Lord happened to pass by my territory, so I turned him into my nutrients. This is fate. I'm destined to defeat you. Damn it. Kirkman was instantly envious. Why couldn't he encounter such a good thing? Bagdora stabbed his short spear so hard that it left afterimages. His mental fluctuations were filled with impatience. He had already treated Kirkman as a nutritious meal and could not wait to devour him. As long as I devour you, I'll be able to enter the ranks of the upper-level lords. Resistance is useless. Be obedient and become my food. Kirkman could not withstand the enemy's ferocious charge, and it became more and more difficult for him to defend. He was surrounded by danger, and the army around him was also showing signs of weakness. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely lose. He could not help but shout angrily. Don't be smug. I still have reinforcements. So what if you have reinforcements? Do you think I'll be scared away by you? Bagdora laughed maniacally and used a short spear to cut off a small piece of Kirkman's body. I'll eat your so-called reinforcements as well. They'll be the nourishment you're giving me. At this moment, Han Zhao's figure happened to appear at the edge of the battlefield. Hearing this, he could not help but turn a look at this Void Lord. His eyebrows twitched. He released a wide-area mental message that suddenly swept across the battlefield. You want to try? Chapter 1085. Accompanying Han Zhao's appearance was the beyond grade A energy wave he emitted. His entire person became an energy source that released a strong and dangerous aura, immediately attracting the attention of all the void creatures that were fighting. My helper is here. Kirkman's spirit was greatly boosted, and his whole body was filled with energy. While Bagdora was in a daze, he urged his mount and swept past his opponent with his blade horizontally. With a flash of black light, a few of Bagdora's energy arms were chopped off and evaporated instantly. Bagdora hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Kirkman, and regrew a few more arms. He then looked in the direction of Han Zhao with a solemn expression, no longer having the smugness from before. The beyond grade A supers of the main universe were not to be trifled with. This was the common knowledge of the secondary dimensions. He did not expect Kirkman to have formed a connection with an unfamiliar beyond grade A supers. Who are you? Let me remind you, don't interfere in the matters of the void dimension. I'm Lord Kasui's subordinate. Bagdora did not say anything else. Among the people he knew in the main universe, Kasui was the most famous. He's not. He's just trying to scare you. Kirkman exposed him mercilessly. Humph, don't believe him. Kirkman is a liar. He's definitely using you. You're the liar. Kirkman was furious. You're the liar. At such a crucial moment, the two of them did not stop bickering. Han Zhao did not intend to continue bickering with the other party. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and countless mechanical troops swarmed out. Then a large net made of mechanical force grabbed all the individuals and pulled them toward him, quickly fusing them together. The huge commotion caused all the void creatures on the battlefield to stop fighting and look over. A mechanical deity quickly formed. As the opponent was only a void duke, he did not summon too many mechanical troops, so the size of the mechanical deity was not large. It was only less than 10,000 meters tall. The most eye-catching part was the huge metallic battle robe on its back. It was not as smooth as cloth, and it was filled with mechanical structures that looked extremely sophisticated. It was the Emperor's cape that was being used in actual combat for the first time. Mechanical deity? Bagdora was rather knowledgeable. The frequency of his mental fluctuations was messed up, revealing his current emotions. If he had a face, he would be able to see the expression of surprise and panic on his face. Without another word, Bagdora turned around and tried to run. She disappeared in an instant, entering void hyperdrive. However, Kirkman was already prepared. As a void feudal lord, he had plenty of means to stop his opponent from escaping. He swung his long sword horizontally and slapped the void in front of him. Dense void energy erupted, spreading out ripples that easily sealed this void dimension. The next moment, Bagdora's body reappeared, having been knocked out of hyperdrive by Kirkman. Bagdora was furious, but before he could try again, Han Xiao, who was far away, had no intention of watching the show and controlled the mechanical deity to charge over. Seeing this, he did not dare expose his back anymore. He hurriedly controlled the void energy and fired wave after wave of long-range attacks at the mechanical deity, trying to stop Han Xiao from approaching. The mechanical deity did not slow down. It raised its hand and grabbed a corner of the Emperor's robe, using the cape to block its front. A matrix-like energy shield instantly appeared on the surface of the cape. It was extremely tough and thick. Countless void energy bombarded it, but it was like pebbles hitting non-Newtonian fluid. Only a small ripple was created, and it could not even slow down the charging speed of the mechanical deity. At the same time, the Emperor's robe itself had the effect of greatly increasing the agility and speed of the mechanical deity. At the edge of the cape, there were signs of space distortions, increasing the speed of the mechanical deity by more than a little. It could be said to be as fast as lightning, creating a strong contrast to its original, slightly clumsy movements. "Don't come over." Bagdora was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but his path was blocked by Kirkman. He could not get rid of him for a while, and could only watch as the mechanical deity approached. "Eat my fist." Han Xiao was very relaxed. He raised the arm of the mechanical deity and punched out. Highly concentrated psionic energy, mixed with various electromagnetic and vibration force fields, formed a light blue energy shield that wrapped around the fist of the mechanical deity. It contained shocking lethality. Boom! Bagdora's block did not have any effect. His huge energy body was flattened and stuck to the fist of the mechanical deity. The bronze short spears made of unknown material were all smashed into molecular-level fragments. His void worm mount also died on the spot, and even its ashes were scattered. Previously, Han Xiao had drawn Mechanical Armor Manipulation Master from a few beyond Grade A captives, which greatly increased the power of mechanical armor in his hands. Furthermore, it especially strengthened the lethality of close combat. The power of this punch was not something a Void Duke like Bagdora could withstand, and he was instantly heavily injured. Void creatures had an independent combat strength system and were not included in the combat strength evaluation standards of the main universe. Therefore, there was no clear comparison. However, at Han Xiao's current level, he naturally had an idea. A Void Duke could exchange dozens of blows with an ordinary beyond Grade A with the home advantage of the Void Dimension. But that was all. Only the upper-level lords, Void Lords, and Void Progenitors were truly comparable to a beyond Grade A. As for pinnacle beyond Grade A supers, they far exceeded the upper limit of their combat strength. Calculating it this way, Bagdora's combat strength was roughly equivalent to his apostle weapon between level 260 to 280, which was the range of quasi beyond Grade A. It could crush Calamity Grade supers below and beyond Grade A supers above. With such a huge difference in combat strength, Bagdora was not instantly killed thanks to the special constitution of a Void Duke. Bagdora's flattened body froze for a moment on the fist of the mechanical deity. The next moment, he was suddenly shot out like a pinball, directly creating a blank path in the battlefield. The mechanical deity stayed where it was, extended 2 fingers and aimed at Bagdora, who was flying further and further away. The tip of the fingers transformed into a spout and lit up with a dazzling light. Magic beam cannon. Han Xiao had a wicked sense of humor. Xiao. The energy beam shot out from the fingertip of the mechanical deity, instantly catching up to Bagdora and penetrating his body. Bagdora's body suddenly froze, and he started to evaporate from the inside like snow melting under the hot sun. Very soon, only a gray ball was left floating there. This was the remains of Bagdora, the core essence of a Void Duke. This guy is finally dead. Kirkman was extremely excited. He jumped over and grabbed Bagdora's core. Feeling the remaining unwillingness in it, he could not help but laugh out loud. With the death of their lord, Bagdora's army immediately fled. Most of the void creatures fled in all directions and were chased down. The remaining ones surrendered on the spot, and the situation immediately became one-sided, from a fierce battle to cleaning up the mess. Seeing this, Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity and smacked his lips. This Void Duke can't even be beaten up. I haven't had my fill yet. This time, Kirkman returned to Han Xiao's side with Bagdora's core. He could not hide the joy in his mind. Haha, I really didn't misjudge you. Bagdora was killed by you in just a few moves. You must be a big shot in the main universe, right? SOSO, third in the world, Han Xiao said modestly. According to our agreement, I'll give you half of the void creature cores I collect. We'll be good friends from now on. If you need any help in battle, just call me. This is my energy mark. You can contact me if you need anything. Han Xiao took Kirkman's energy and turned it into a mark on his arm. He already had many enchanted tattoos on his body, so it did not matter if he added one more. Han Xiao glanced at the interface. The mission was completed, and the reward was calculated. He received a large amount of EXP, and his favorability with Kirkman's faction had reached respected. At the same time, he received a character summon card, which belonged to Kirkman. Its ability was Void Imprisonment, which was a pretty good control skill that could be used 5 times. Compared to this mission, which was not too difficult, this reward was quite generous. However, only a beyond grade A like Han Xiao could easily complete this mission. With strength, everything was easy. The Void Conqueror milestone mission was also activated. Destroying Void Duke's faction progress was January 8th, and respecting the Void faction progress was January 4th. If he could maintain today's efficiency, the milestone should be activated very soon. This time, Han Xiao's eyes turned, and he smiled. Are you interested in continuing to expand? Oh, you plan to continue helping me? Kirkman paused. He was not happy, but he was shocked and hesitated. The way he saw it, Black Star wanted to subdue him, just like Hisui. He wanted to make the Void Duke his subordinate and help him expand. Kirkman did not want to be loyal to others, which was why he did not go to Kisui. At this time, he felt troubled. Han Xiao read his thoughts from his hesitation. After thinking about it, he said, You can rest assured that I have no intention of learning from Kisui. Since you are willing to be my helper, increasing your faction is equivalent to helping myself. The stronger the ally, the greater the help. The Void Dimension was Kasui's territory. If he came to develop his faction, he would undoubtedly offend this Void Movie Emperor. Therefore, Han Xiao planned to use the form of mercenaries to support some Void Duke. As long as the other party agreed to be his backup, helper, he would help the other party swallow the Void Duke's faction. It would be convenient to complete the milestone mission and also obtain new troops. That's not bad. Kirkman was relieved. After seeing Han Xiao's strength, he knew that he was not his opponent. If the other party had the intention of subduing his subordinates, he would not be able to resist as long as he used force. Therefore, he felt that there was no need for Black Star to lie to him. After a simple exchange, Kirkman went to the side to enjoy the essence of Bagdora. Ames, who had not moved all this while, could not help but shake her head. You really don't forget to expand your faction at all times. I'm used to it. After all, I'm a qualified faction leader. As he said that, Han Xiao glanced at Ames. His meaning was self-evident. What's with that look? Ames raised her brows slightly. I'm admiring your beauty. Heh, glib tongue. In the next few days, Han Shao brought Ames around the Void Dimension, constantly looking for new collaborators and swallowing the Void Duke's faction one after another. With a pinnacle beyond grade 8th combatant paving the way, the progress of the Void Conqueror milestone was very fast. Such frequent movements also attracted the attention of more Void Dimension bigwigs. When the news spread to Cassie's territory, the Void Dukes that had been subdued reported this news to him one after another. In the main universe, somewhere in the flickering world, in a spaceship, Black Star ran to the Void Dimension and is still helping the Void Dukes swallow their opponents there. Looking at the Void Messenger in front of him, Kasui frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes, becoming vigilant. Could it be that Black Star has his eyes on the Void Dimension's forces and wants to gather the Void creatures like me and cultivate a faction to occupy an area? In his opinion, Black Star also had the Void bloodline and had reached the pinnacle beyond Grade A. When his god's trait transformation reached a certain extent, it was very likely that he would have new abilities related to the Void. Kasui actually did not care about what happened between Han Shao and the Void Dimension because the Void Dimension was big enough and had endless energy. It was not a problem to have one more person to share it with, so it did not affect him at all. However, he was very concerned about outsiders interfering with the Void army. The Void Dimension was his base camp, and all Void creatures were his compatriots in his eyes. Now, Black Star's actions made Kasui a little unhappy. It's not a problem for you to dig some soil in my vegetable garden, but stealing vegetables is too much. The entire universe knows that the Void Dimension is under my protection. That is my hometown and also my backyard. Black Star, you bastard, you came to my house to cause trouble without saying anything. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Kasui thought for a while and slowly said, Go back and convey my intentions to those lords. Let them contact Black Star and sound him out. Also, test the other Void Lords that he has helped. The messenger received the order, shook his body, and returned to the Void Dimension, disappearing without a trace. With Kasui's position, it was most convenient to call Han Shao directly to ask, but there would be no room for negotiation. He hoped to take a more moderate action and ask Han Zhao's intentions through a middleman. Now that the so-called Beyond Grade A Association was about to be established, he did not want to provoke Black Star, who was taking the lead. Speaking of which, Manison seems to be very active recently. It seems like he really wants to be the boss. Kasui's eyes turned, and his expression was full of interest. Kasui himself did not have any thoughts. He did not care about the Beyond Grade A Association in the first place. He only saw that the Beyond Grade as would be a trend in the future, so he only wanted to come over and get some seniority. As for the position of president, even if it was given to him for free, he would not want it. Sitting in this position was equivalent to standing at the heart of the storm and receiving the attention of the advanced civilizations. A portion of the peak Beyond Grade as had the same thoughts as him, and only a minority wanted to run for president. Including Manison and Black Star, there were only a total of 4 who were interested in running. The association can only have one leader, and it can't be a direct descendant of the 3 universal civilizations. Otherwise, it will deviate from the original intention. I wonder if Black Star has any thoughts. Although he's a little inexperienced, as the local tyrant of the flickering world and the main initiator of this operation, he seems to have a chance. The public account list has been updated to Ames. Those who are interested can take a look. WeChat public account, Chi Pagea, equals .. smiley face. Chapter 1086. You have completed Void Conqueror mission. Milestone successfully activated. Looking at the last Void Duke being smashed into a pancake by the mechanical deity, Han Shao finally heard the pleasant notification on the interface. In the past 10 days, he had brought Ames to look for other Void Dukes to cooperate with, and they have been active in the various borderlands of the Void Dimension. Because not everyone had the intention of hiring outsiders, the 2 of them have been delayed for some time. However, overall, the efficiency of completing the mission was not bad. As long as they had the intention to cooperate, with Han Zhao's strength, he could easily wipe out the enemy Void Dukes. It's finally done. On the battlefield, Han Zhao's spirits were lifted. He deactivated the mechanical deity and opened the interface to check the mission reward. The bonus from the Void Conqueror milestone had taken effect. His various Void talents had been slightly strengthened, and it provided him with 1,600 free attribute points, 1 God's Trait Transformation point, and plus 20 Void creatures' natural favorability. At the same time, it also gave him a legendary point, Void Celebrity. The introduction said that the name Black Star was circulating among the Void creatures. He continued to save up his free attribute points, and he currently had close to 4,000 points. As for the God's Trait Transformation point, Han Zhao continued to maintain the mindset of maxing out one path and threw it into his main class path. God's Trait Transformation Machinery unlocked the 4th level effect. 4th stage, plus 3 mechanic skill levels for Apostle Mechanic and Emperor Mechanic levels. Plus 25% basic success rate for Blueprint Research. Plus 15% basic success rate for Blueprint Improvement. Plus 3% basic success rate for Gold Blueprint Research. Plus 5% unique talent formation chance. Plus 15% secondary branch ability enhancement. Not bad. Han Zhao glanced at it. The class skills of the Apostle and Emperor stages were very important, and it would be very useful to strengthen them. According to this trend, Han Zhao estimated that the next stage would be to strengthen the skills of the Lord and Divine Throne stages, which would be even more important. Generally speaking, this level's bonus was mainly focused on enhancing research and development. After all, Han Zhao was not a player with a channeling bar. At his level, it was very common to derive new blueprints on the basis of class knowledge. It was the same for improving blueprints to improve the basic quality of blueprints. The blueprints that he was currently using were all self-improved and enhanced versions. They were all good stuff. What Han Zhao was more concerned about was the exclusive skill. It seemed that old fogies like Manison and Sorokin all had their own exclusive skills. Since players didn't have this ability in his previous life, Han Zhao had no idea how to obtain it. Moreover, there were no such notifications on the interface, so he could only slowly figure it out. As for the secondary branch strengthening, it improved Han Zhao's armed forces and energy skills. Basically, all machinery skills other than virtual technology were included. Han Zhao was looking at the interface when the Void Overlord he was working with this time finished devouring the opponent's core and came to his side. Black Star, a Void Monarch under Lord Kasui, wishes to see you. He's finally here. I knew he wouldn't ignore my actions. Han Zhao had expected this and wasn't surprised. He met the other party under the Void Overlord's arrangement. The Void Monarch's body seemed to reach the heavens and the earth, and the color of his body was darker than the Void Overlord's. At this moment, when he saw Han Zhao, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. For some reason, he felt that Han Zhao was very pleasing to the eye. This Void Monarch's first impression of Han Zhao was very good, but this didn't affect his attitude of working for Kasui. He directly asked, "Black Star, we've noticed that you've been frequently fighting in the Void Dimension recently. Are you thinking of subduing the Void Overlord and supporting your faction here? Don't worry. Tell Kasui that I'm only signing a contract with some mercenaries and have no intention of establishing a faction. In fact, I've almost achieved my goal. I'm preparing to leave the Void Dimension in 2 days." Han Zhao knew what the other party was worried about and expressed that he wasn't here to snatch territory from Kasui. That's for the best. As long as you don't interfere too much with the matters of the Void Dimension, we welcome you as a guest. If you have any needs, you can find us. The Void Monarch's attitude was still considered polite. As Kasui's subordinate, he wasn't ignorant of the powerhouses of the main universe and knew that Black Star was someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Okay, we might have a chance to do business in the future," Han Zhao said casually. Kasui's territory had a stable industrial chain that produced all kinds of Void specialties. It was a good business. If he had any needs, he could cooperate with the other party. At this moment, The Void Monarch took out a tube of medicine filled with a sparkling blue solution that emitted a faint light. This is a gift from Lord Kasui. It's liquid void essence made from dimensional origin energy. It can help purify the void bloodline. Han Shao raised his eyebrows and took the medicine without hesitation. He smiled and said, "Thank Kasui for me." As the saying goes, one should have a soft tongue after eating someone's food. Kasui's subtext was to tell Han Shao not to stay in his house any longer after taking the gift. Han Shao didn't intend to dig up his vegetable field anyway, so he naturally had no objections. The negotiation between the two sides went smoothly, and the Void Monarch left in satisfaction. Han Shao also put away the medicine. It could probably increase his attributes to a certain extent during the next species sublimation. "You're finally done?" At this moment, Ames chuckled. These days, he had been busy with missions and hadn't fulfilled his promise to travel. Han Shao couldn't help but feel that he owed Ames. Now that he had finished his business, he was in a relaxed mood. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to have fun in the secondary dimensions." While the two of them were traveling in the secondary dimensions, the situation in the main universe was constantly changing. Although the plan of the flickering world beyond Grade A Development Union had not been made public to the outside world, the abnormal actions of many pinnacle beyond Grade A organizations had made many well-informed organizations smell something unusual. After the leaders were gathered, everyone gathered together and held their first meeting. In the round-table conference room of a spaceship, the remote projections of many leaders were gathered, sitting in their own seats. They were basically all pinnacle beyond Grade As. At the large round table, there was only one empty seat. It was Han Shao, who didn't attend the meeting. Manison clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to look at him. Black Star has gone to the secondary dimensions, so it's not convenient to contact him. We're the only ones in the meeting today. He's the main leader. The Development Union needs the Black Star Corps to act as a bridge. Is it appropriate not to call him for such an important meeting? Secret Master questioned. Everyone expressed their agreement. Han Shao now had a lot of weight in the circle of Beyond Grade As. Although he wasn't there, no one would treat him as heir. Coupled with the importance of the Black Star Corps to the establishment of the Beyond Grade A Association, many pinnacle beyond grade as present tacitly acknowledged his right to speak. Even if he wasn't there, they would take the initiative to think for him. Black Star himself said that he wasn't coming. Manison waved his hand. He wouldn't lie about this. He has already expressed his stance. Everything will be based on the consensus of the meeting of the gods. Let's discuss and come to a conclusion. We'll just inform him when the time comes. Okay, everyone nodded. Then, let's get to the main topic. Manison slowly said, since we're going to establish the Development Union, we must first formulate the rules, standardize the functions of the association, clarify the nature of the organization, establish the development ideas, and formulate the rules for the members. That's right. Our original intention was to unite all the beyond grade as, be it present or future. However, the structure of the Ancient Ones is too loose, and the threshold to join is too high. This development union can't repeat the same mistake. We must have clear rules and regulations. A pinnacle beyond Grade A said, the plan that Black Star came up with shows that the main function of the development union is to peacefully mediate the disputes between the beyond Grade As. This idea is feasible, and it's best to start from this aspect first. For example, the members can't easily provoke armed conflicts other than sparring to maintain the unity of the beyond Grade As. Also, the members can't deliberately aggravate conflicts, avoid peaceful negotiations, and ensure that the members obey the results of the mediation. Set punishments to prevent anyone from going back on their words and damaging the authority of the organization. Everyone discussed and soon perfected the various rules and regulations. At this time, Sorokin, who was the big investor, suddenly said, although the rules are good, the biggest problem is to ensure that the beyond grade as are willing to follow the rules of the organization. Everyone knows that the beyond grade as are all unruly and enjoy special privileges. It's not easy to restrain them. That's right, this is the core problem. Manison continued. Not only do we have to make the members accept the restrictions of the rules, but we also have to make sure that outsiders still choose to join the development union after seeing these rules. The consensus of the meeting of the gods is one thing, but not everyone will buy it. In order to prevent others from ignoring us, it's nothing more than using both deterrence and temptation together. Not only will the other beyond grade as see the price of breaking the rules, but they will also see the benefits of joining the development union. Deterrence is very simple. We elders don't have to do anything. It's a form of deterrence in itself. Temptation needs to be carried out in many ways. We have to build a network of interest for the beyond grade A organizations, integrate and share our resources, and provide financial, social, political, and other support for the other organizations. As for the future newcomers, we have to use our own resources to help them build a beyond grade A organization, as well as provide some pinnacle beyond grade A experience and guidance. We can even use the ultimate knowledges of the 5 systems as benefits. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ultimate knowledges? This is stealing the business that the 3 universal civilizations rely on to recruit beyond grade A allies. They will definitely strongly oppose it. This is not a joke. Manison slowly said, "What was our original intention? Have you forgotten so quickly? If we can't break the monopoly of the 3 universal civilizations on the ultimate knowledges, even if the Beyond Grade A Association is successfully established, it will still be controlled by the advanced civilizations and have no choice but to work for them." Some people nodded in agreement, but more people remained silent. They felt that this step was too big and the risk was too high. Their opinions differed. If you insist on doing this, then the 3 universal civilizations will have to negotiate with us. Kasuyi was helpless. Therefore, Manison looked around and revealed his true intentions. We need a leader. He must withstand the pressure and never compromise. Only I can take on this responsibility. Everyone glanced at him. Someone on the side started bragging. Manison is strong, has a wide network, has a large organization, and is experienced. He's indeed the most suitable candidate. Many of the people present were friends that Manison had pulled in, and some of them had planned to support him. This time, another pinnacle beyond grade A candidate could not help but say, "Who doesn't know what you're thinking? We're all leaders of the development union. I think I'm more suitable than you." They were all beyond grade as, so it was impossible for them to have the final say. Even if they became the president, they would only have more authority and would not be able to command people of the same level. Most of the important decisions still had to be made by the many elders. However, due to the special nature of the Beyond Grade A Association, this kind of opportunity to decide everyone's position was very rare. This time, Milizao slowly said, "Although Black Star isn't here, he still wants to participate. The Black Star Corps' influence in the flickering world is unquestionable. With him as the president, our organization will be worthy of its name. Furthermore, the evolutionary totems will be sold publicly. At that time, Black Star will have a lot more face with the 3 universal civilizations. He'll be suitable to act as a lubricant for both sides, which will greatly reduce the pressure on the association. I support Black Star to be the leader." Han Xiao did not attend the meeting personally, not because he wanted to leave the work to others, but because he did not want to face the other competitors, including Manison. Since he could not compete with them in terms of connections, he might as well show them the benefits he could bring and let them make their own decisions. This way, he could avoid a direct confrontation with the other pinnacle beyond grade, especially since he did not want to provoke Director Mai. Black Star is indeed very useful, but he's too inexperienced. I don't want a young guy riding on my head. Sieran snorted. Everyone supported different candidates and started arguing with each other. There were actually quite a few people who supported Han Xiao, who was not present. After a while, someone said, "I think the management of the organization should be balanced. The position of the president can't be fixed for life. There has to be a change every once in a while." This statement was widely agreed by everyone. They just did not want to be the first to stand out. When the association stabilized, The benefits of being the president would naturally outweigh the disadvantages. From the perspective of balance, no one wanted one person to be the president forever. At this time, Manison looked at Kasui, who did not express his opinion, narrowed his eyes, and said with a deep voice, "If you support me this time, I'll fully support you to be the leader next time." Hearing this, Kasui did not know why, but he suddenly felt a chill. Why do I suddenly feel like I have to activate my psychic shield at any time in the future? Chapter 1087. Everyone present was a top expert of the explored universe. They all had organizations in different industries, such as warlords, tycoons, gray area crocodiles, and galactic leaders. This group of powerful people did not like to waste time, so they discussed things very quickly. It did not take long for the framework of the development union to be decided. It would be a platform to mediate conflicts between beyond grade, as on the surface, but internally, it would be an organization that united the beyond grade as. The various rules and regulations were drafted, and they could be adjusted according to the situation. At the same time, the official preparation work of the organization was put on the agenda. These leaders began to spread the news to every beyond grade A, recruit members, and choose a location to build the headquarters of the association in the flickering world. This required the help of the Black Star Corps. Every beyond grade A organization would have to set up an embassy there. It would feel like the United Nations. The preparation work would take about a few months. Before the official announcement of the establishment of the Development Union, the future management would be determined. The current structure would be the president, vice president, and board of directors. After some discussion, it was decided that the president and vice president would be elected once every 30 years, and they would be allowed to serve multiple terms. However, they would not be able to serve more than 3 terms, and they could still serve as board members after 2 terms, 60 years. The responsibility of the president was the most important. He had to have the ability to rally supporters while also resisting the pressure of the 3 universal civilizations. Currently, Manison had the most support, but before Han Shao returned, no one would kick him out and choose a candidate. As for the development route that Manison proposed to break the monopoly of ultimate knowledge, everyone had different opinions. All along, ultimate knowledge had been monopolized by the advanced civilizations as a means to rope in beyond grade A allies. Even if their allies learned it, they were not allowed to easily teach it to others. Han Shao had encountered such a situation before. If the development union turned ultimate knowledge into a benefit for itself, it would be equivalent to breaking the ban of the 3 universal civilizations and snatching the foundation of the attraction of beyond grade as. This would cause intense opposition from the 3 universal civilizations. However, if they really succeeded and took back the rights from the advanced civilizations, the beyond grade as would indeed be able to break free from many restrictions and become more independent. This was a necessary step to increase the status of the beyond grade as so future beyond grade as would not have to join the advanced civilizations for ultimate knowledge. In turn, this would make it easier for the beyond grade A association to attract new people, especially those peak beyond grade as who had mastered the full set of ultimate knowledge of their class. On this issue, the point of contention was the timing. Some people felt that this move should only be implemented after the association had gained a firm foothold. This would be a direct confrontation with the 3 universal civilizations, and the newly established association would not be able to withstand such an intense conflict. There were also people who believed that they should take advantage of the momentum of the establishment to seize back their rights. Only then could they highlight the significance of the association's existence. They would have time to slowly discuss these details. On the other hand, establishing the development union also required an excuse and opportunity that the outside world could accept. They planned to contact some of the beyond grade and pretend to have conflict with each other in the next few months. The key point of the plan was that the beyond grade were just acting, and they only needed to ensure that the shock waves caused damage to the different organizations. Not only did they have to fight in the flickering world, but they also had to instigate friction in the various star fields so that the public and various organizations would once again recognize the negative impact caused by the beyond grade as fighting each other, creating a turbulent situation so that the outside world would hope that the beyond grade as would stop fighting, paving the way for the establishment of the Development Union. This would not only give the three universal civilizations pressure, but it would also give them a way out. Neither side wanted to expose the conflict between their interests to the outside world. The various big shots finalized their strategy and soon began to act. The flickering world, which was already bustling with activity, became even more chaotic. At the same time, conflicts between beyond Grade A organizations also occurred in the various star fields. Regarding this phenomenon, the three universal civilizations temporarily put aside their differences, and the upper echelons held a three-way remote meeting to discuss countermeasures. In a completely confidential conference room, the remote projections of the upper echelons of Radiance, Ethereal, and the Dynasty gathered together. The Dynasty ruler Unravel, President Bader of Radiance, and the Pope of Ethereal led their respective upper echelons, and each occupied one side of the triangular conference table. Normally, the three of them would fight openly and secretly, stabbing each other in the back and stabbing each other in the ass. However, when the situation of the explored universe was shaken, the three of them would work together to decide the fate of this universe. Bader glanced around and said, "I can't remember the last time the three of us held a joint meeting." "Of course you can't remember. The last joint meeting wasn't during your term," the Pope of Ethereal said coldly. Bader glared at him and had nothing to say. In comparison, the Radiant Federation was indeed the most frequent in changing leaders. The Pope of Ethereal had already gone through several presidents of Radiance. "Let's get down to business." Urinril was expressionless as she said coldly, "The unity of the beyond grade as is inevitable. If our attitude is too strong, the beyond grade as will develop a strong sense of disgust. In order to escape the fate of being a tool, more and more beyond grade as will choose to hide their strength and live in a low-key manner. Our efficiency in recruiting allies will drop a lot, and at the same time, it will be more difficult to calculate the total number of beyond grade as in the universe." Bader nodded in agreement. "Since we can't let the beyond grade as successfully establish that development union, our methods can't be too strong. Let's cooperate. We can't deal with our own allies, so we'll put pressure on each other. The Dynasty will deal with my allies. I'll deal with Ethereal's allies, and Ethereal will deal with the Dynasty's people. We'll attack the businesses of some of the beyond grade as in various fields, especially those who are wavering. This will only be considered as setting up obstacles and increasing the difficulty of the development union to recruit people. It won't have a decisive effect." The Pope of Ethereal calmly said, "If the beyond grade as unite and form a body of interests, they will have a terrifying influence in all the star fields and can shake the structure of the galactic society to a certain extent." Bader shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's impossible to eliminate all the beyond grade as. Putting aside the huge price we have to pay, we have to ensure that such a force exists in the explored universe. It's used to suppress those beyond grade as who hide their strength and escape to the secondary dimensions, as well as to ensure our advantage in exploring the unknown territory. We might encounter other unknown advanced civilizations one day. We can't give up on such a weapon," Urinril said with a deep voice. "In the galactic society model built by the Dynasty, this is a problem that will occur sooner or later. It's just like in the early days of society, when workers spontaneously established unions to protect their own interests for being exploited. We're now in a similar situation, but the target has become a special individual with great power. Since the exploration era, we've exploited them too much. There will be a day when they rebound. Therefore, we have to make backup preparations. If the development union cannot be stopped, we have to use methods to divide them." There will definitely be beyond grade, as with different ideas in the management of the other party. We can bribe or rope them in to be our eyes and ears and indirectly influence the other party's overall decisions. The Pope of Ethereal narrowed his eyes, glanced at the two of them, and said, "Speaking of which, the Mecha Empire and Black Star are the main leaders. Their views are different from each other to begin with. Humph, both of you don't seem to know your place. My Kasui is the most obedient. Manison is very ambitious." Bader frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "In recent years, he has done a lot of things in the dark. It's very likely that he wants to get rid of the control of Radiance. In reality, we can no longer control him." Hearing this, the Pope of Ethereal looked at Unravel. "What about the dynasty? Your Black Star is also very troublesome. Will you teach him a lesson? You don't have to worry about that. As for Black Star, the dynasty has its own plans. The evolutionary totem will be released, as usual. You don't have to worry about that," Unravel said casually. The dynasty planned to continue to ease their relationship and did not want to create a rift. Therefore, they decided to be patient and wait for God to grow in order to solve the technical problems of the evolution cube. This way, they could get rid of the dependence of the evolutionary totem business on Han Shao and regain control of the initiative. Of course, Unravel would not explain such a plan to anyone else. Seeing this, Bader changed the topic and said, "In addition to dividing them, we also have to infiltrate. We can't let our direct members be rejected by them. If they want to establish an association, they have to exchange some management positions with us and let some of our direct members become upper echelons. This is equivalent to having a nail on the surface to grasp their movements." Everyone discussed for a while, came up with various countermeasures, and gradually reached a consensus. Time passed quickly as the situation in the universe changed. A few months later, in Black Star Palace, with a flash of light, 3 figures appeared in the army commander's office. They were Han Shao and Ames, who had returned from the secondary dimensions, as well as the mysterious energy host, who was acting as a vehicle. Their mechanical suits were automatically unloaded. This time, a surprised voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Yeah, you're finally willing to come back?" The two of them turned around and saw Sylvia lying comfortably on Han Zhao's seat in the room. At this time, she quickly jumped up as if there were 2 springs installed on her, but seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but make fun of her. "Not bad, little thing. Are you sitting in my seat every day when I'm not around? Are you trying to usurp my position? How is that possible? I'm just. Sylvia's face was slightly red, and her eyes darted around, looking for an excuse. She stammered, "Ahem, it's just that your chair is very comfortable to sit in." As she spoke, her expression suddenly froze. She looked down and locked on a Han Zhao's arm, which was currently hugging Ames' waist. Surprisingly, Ames did not reject it, as if she was used to it. Noticing her gaze, Ames twisted her body and let her waist escape from Han Zhao's palm. She then raised her hand to touch Han Zhao's cheek and chuckled. "Busy person, I'll return to the Shattered Star Ring first. Jenny is probably going crazy. It's hard for you to remember her." Han Xiao smiled and wanted to grab Ames' hand that was on his face. However, Ames had already retracted her hand and winked at him with an elegant smile on her face. Then, Ames turned to look at Sylvia, who was still in a daze. She chuckled and left the room, dragging her long black dress behind her. Sylvia stood there in a daze, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The two of them had gone to the secondary dimensions for a 2-person tour, and their actions had become so much more intimate. What had happened? You guys, hearing this, Han Xiao retracted his gaze, and his smile faded. He said with a straight face, "What do you mean by you guys, Anwi? Do you know what's important? How's the situation in the main universe these days that I'm not around? Also, where's Hela? What's she doing?" Seeing Han Zhao's unquestionable manner, Sylvia gritted her teeth, suppressed her strong curiosity, and explained the changes in the situation in the past few months. Earlier, Hela had inherited the underworld dimension and established a link through the imprint. She did not need to stay in the underworld to recharge it, and had returned to the main universe long ago. Now, she had gone to the free competition zone to continue presiding over the exploration work. In the past few months, the popularity of the rescue battle for Hela had gradually cooled down. As the exploration of the free competition zone deepened, many organizations had already lost their minds. Many beyond grade as pretended to have conflicts, and conflicts kept breaking out. It was quite lively. The level of the players had increased by a lot, and their actions were more organized. Their presence in the universe continued to increase. It was said that some small and medium-sized organizations had already privately called the players the cancer of the universe. It was gradually developing in the direction that Han Xiao was familiar with. However, this nickname of the players had not been completely spread yet. The dynasty had sent a lot of news all about the development union. Han Xiao had gone into hiding for a few months, avoiding the dynasty's direct inquiries. The preparation for the development union was almost done, and most of the people were gathered. During this period, the three universal civilizations did not hold back. The two sides had secretly fought back and forth countless times, and many beyond grade as were suppressed to varying degrees. Unfortunately, the effect was limited. Although Han Xiao did not participate directly, his influence had some effect. Under his instructions, the Black Star Corps provided a lot of help. On the other side, the Dark Emperor had already escaped from the chaotic space streams. Recently, he had publicly captured a new neutral beyond grade A super. As a direct member of the dynasty, staying in the flickering world at this critical juncture was being viewed with hostility and vigilance by many beyond grade as. However, all these changes did not affect the dynasty's policy of publicly selling the evolutionary totems. The Army's logistics department had already produced a large number of prototypes of the evolutionary totems, waiting for Han Xiao to recharge them with the evolution cube. Orders from countless organizations poured in like snowflakes. Just the deposit alone was enough to make one's hands go numb. Looking at the intelligence, Han Xiao muttered to himself, "Seems like it's been going well. It seems that things have been progressing quite smoothly while I was away. Madison and this group of old people are not to be trifled with. All right, the formation of the development union is set in stone. It's time for me to make a trip." Chapter 1088. Countless organizations were extremely passionate about the flickering world. As the development of the new star field progressed, the exploration area of the free competition zone became deeper and deeper, and the efficiency was much higher than the 3 phases of closed development. Finn Planet was one of the core planets of the Emerald Star Cluster. It was located at the border between the outer and inner star systems. Originally, this was the territory that the Modo civilization occupied first. However, the aftermath of the battle between the two beyond grade A organizations affected this place, and the Modo civilization's troops stationed there encountered an accident. The planet returned to an ownerless state. Not long after, the Black Star Corps' fleet occupied this place and generously offered it as the future headquarters of the flickering world beyond grade A development union. Now, this desolate planet had a brand new look, full of traces of artificial modification. Countless Black Star Corps engineering spaceships took off and landed, wantonly building all kinds of surface and satellite buildings. The most eye-catching landmark was a tall building, which was the headquarters of the development union. It was in the shape of a trophy, and a huge sphere was floating at the top like a floating fortress. There were also plenty of facilities inside the sphere, including the special roundtable conference room for beyond grade A meetings. At this moment, an important meeting was being held there. Han Zhao's remote projection had already arrived in the roundtable conference room. He glanced around, and many seats were already occupied. At the same time, new remote projections were constantly arriving. This was the first meeting that Han Xiao was participating in since his return. This was a plenary meeting, gathering all the beyond grade as who were willing to join, not just Madison and the other leaders. Very soon, all the seats were occupied. Madison knocked on the table to get everyone to stop whispering. Everyone, Black Star is the main proponent of the development union. Now that he's back, all the members are finally here. This is our first plenary meeting. Some of you might not be familiar with each other, so let's introduce yourselves first. Even if the Beyond Grade as present had never met each other before, they still knew each other's names. This was just a procedure, so everyone simply introduced themselves. Han Xiao sized them up one by one. Most of them were from a meeting of the gods, but there were also many new faces, including the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. At the same time, there were also fewer familiar faces, such as the few unlucky fellows who were trapped in the amber. In total, there were more people than there were at the meeting of the gods. Seeing him look over, everyone nodded slightly at Han Xiao. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations are also here. Han Xiaoxin understood. The reason was not hard to guess. The Development Union and the three universal civilizations had been fighting for a few months, and both sides had secretly made concessions and compromises. These direct members joining the Union was definitely one of the conditions. Although it was impossible for the association to allow direct members to control the upper echelons of power, since they wanted to use the name of the Beyond Grade A Association, they naturally could not exclude Beyond Grade as from joining, even if they were direct members of the three universal civilizations. Their original intention was to form a united front against the Beyond Grade as in raise the status of the entire class, but it was unrealistic for them to eat everything in one go. In the beginning, no one really wanted to fall out with the three universal civilizations, so they had to compromise to a certain extent. However, this would not deviate from the original intention, because as long as this platform was built, a new interest network would be formed. At the same time, it would have the function of mediating conflicts, and the Beyond Grade as would be able to ignore part of the conflicts that stemmed from faction affiliation. As for more rights, they would have to slowly fight for them in the future. Han Xiao had not returned for a few months, but he had been paying attention to the progress of the Development Union's preparations. He had a lot of information and was very clear about the basic system and personnel of the association. After introducing everyone one by one, Manison looked at Han Xiao and slowly said, "In the past few months, the Development Union has been quite good. Black Star, you've only returned recently, and this is your first meeting. Do you have anything to say? You're one of the main initiators, so we'd like to hear your opinion." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Han Xiao cleared his throat and said, "I don't have any objections. Everyone has done a good job. Back then, during the meeting of the gods, we discussed this issue. In the end, I was put in charge of building the communication platform, and there are already results. As everyone knows, the Development Union's main purpose is to mediate conflicts between Beyond Grade as. I heard that many of you here have not been on good terms recently, so I hope this platform can be built as soon as possible. The entire universe urgently needs such an organization to bring peace to them." Blackstar said. Manison continued, "Everyone here knows that the Development Union has encountered some obstacles along the way. Now, these obstacles have basically been removed, and the only thing left is that the negotiation of the ultimate knowledges cannot continue. We need to put this matter aside for now. The most important thing now is to decide on the management candidates and let the Development Union be officially established as soon as possible. Without a doubt, the three universal civilizations would not budge on the issue of the ultimate knowledges. After a series of intense arguments, both sides maintained a certain level of restraint and decided to turn this topic into a secret negotiation process. However, neither side had enough bargaining chips, so they could not do anything to each other for the time being. Thus, there would not be a result for the time being. Therefore, some peak Beyond Grade, as including Manison, changed their minds. They were not willing to let this issue delay the establishment of the Development Union, so they temporarily put this matter aside and did not publicly make the ultimate knowledges a faction benefit of the association. As for whether they would teach it privately, that was another story. The last hurdle for the official establishment of the association was that the management team had not been decided for a long time. The reason was that Black Star had not returned. Now that Han Shao had finally arrived, everyone could not wait to solve this crucial problem. That's right. It's time to decide on the president. An ancient one looked around and took the initiative to speak. In the past few months, His Excellency the Mecha Empire has represented the Development Union and endured a lot of pressure. His performance speaks for itself. I propose that Manison be the first president. As soon as this topic was brought up, many supporters agreed. For a time, Manison's momentum covered the entire hall. In the past few months, Manison had not been idle. He had made use of the connections he had accumulated over the years. Not only did more than half of the peak beyond grade as support him, many of the other beyond grade as were also roped in by him. This was especially so for the ancient ones. Most of them were in favor of the Mecha Empire becoming the president. The other two candidates had been completely suppressed in the past few months. Knowing that they did not have a chance, they basically withdrew from the competition. At this time, everyone intentionally or unintentionally looked at Han Shao. He had disappeared for a few months, and the only thing they could not figure out was what he was thinking. Manison could not help but look at Han Shao. This was the final variable that stopped him from becoming the president, so he had to take it seriously. However, Han Shao only smiled and did not say anything. Kasui's gaze moved between the two of them, and he probed, "If there are no objections, let's vote. Does everyone agree that Manison will be the first president of the Development Union?" Agreed. Seconded. Abstained. Agreed. Because everyone present was a big shot, and there were only a few of them, there was no need for a complicated selection ceremony. A simple vote was enough. Everyone expressed their opinions, and Han Shao also abstained. Seeing this, Manison was completely relieved. As long as Black Star did not cause trouble, his position was set in stone. The direct members of the three universal civilizations all abstained. Clearly, they had reached an agreement long ago. In the end, Manison obtained absolute support. Seeing this, Kasui took a deep breath and said with a deep voice, "It's decided then. Your Excellency Manison, the Ancient One, Papachi, will officially be the first president." Okay. The muscles on Manison's face did not move, and no emotions could be seen. He did not need to be polite, and there was no need for him to be humble. Clap, clap. Everyone gave a few symbolic claps. When the applause stopped, Kasui looked around and asked, "Then, the position of vice president." At this time, Han Shao suddenly smiled and said, "The establishment of the association relied on the influence of the Black Star Corps in the flickering world. My contribution is not small, so this position is more suitable for me. What do you guys think?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and did not look surprised. With Black Star's strength and status, he would be a director at the very least. Coupled with the important assistance provided by the Black Star Corps, he was naturally qualified to take the position of vice president. In fact, there was a reason why Han Shao did not fight with Manison. When he learned that the president was elected on a rotating basis, he gave up on the idea of being the first president. On one hand, he did not have a strong foundation and could not compete with Manison's connections. On the other hand, he once again analyzed the pros and cons and did not want to bear the main pressure in the early days of the association. If his position was taken by someone else later on, it would be equivalent to being used as a tool. Han Shao had run to the secondary dimension to hide for a few months, and he also had this idea. He could not possibly do everything and still not be elected president in the end. Therefore, he simply let Manison and the others bear the main pressure while he ran back to pick the fruits of his labor. Anyway, he was the main initiator, and the Black Star Corps had also helped the Development Union. This contribution was huge enough. With the opportunity to change the position, Han Shao was not in a hurry. He did not want to fight head-on with Manison. Instead, he took a step back and asked for the position of vice president. He would fight for the position of president in the future. In fact, even if he chose to fight head-on, he would not be able to pick the fruits of Manison's labor. Han Shao did not intend to compete with his connections in the first place. Instead, through Kant and Milizau's, he conveyed the benefits of him being the president. The people present still supported Manison, which meant that they had already made a choice. Therefore, even if he had openly challenged Madison just now, he would not have received the support of these people. Although he had some resources in his hands and could use the opportunity to use the evolution cube as a bargaining chip in exchange for the support of some people, he could not do this every time. Furthermore, many of the resources were one-time use. If he used them this time, it would be hard to say what would happen next time. Since he understood the situation, Han Xiao did not force himself. Only when his qualifications, connections, and influence reach a higher level could he steadily wrestle with people like Madison. After thinking about it repeatedly, he decided to let Madison, this tall man, hold up the sky while he enjoyed the shade under the big tree. He would continue to accumulate resources and slowly pry open the corners of Madison and the others. After all, he had leeks to harvest, and his growth speed was far faster than others. Since he had such a unique advantage, a strategy like keeping a low profile was more suitable for him. Many people had designs on the vice president's position, but unfortunately, there were no strong competitors. Kasui and the others were not interested in fighting for it. Because Han Xiao was the local tyrant, most people gave him face. Madison, who was in a good mood, also returned the favor. Therefore, there were no twists and turns, and the position of vice president fell on Han Xiao's head in the end. After getting this position, Han Xiao was relieved. This was the embodiment of status. He did not spend much to get the position of vice president, which was more cost-effective than fighting for the position of president. There was no suspense about the next director's seat. It had long been decided, and they were all a group of peak beyond grade as. Apart from this, there were also 3 honorary director seats. They did not have actual management rights, and were given to the direct peak beyond grade as of the 3 universal civilizations. This was naturally one of the conditions of the compromise, and the intention was self-evident. The first leadership team was established, and the date of the development union's establishment was also set. After these official matters were discussed, the meeting ended. The remote projections disappeared one after another, leaving only the remote projections of Madison and Han Xiao. "Congratulations on becoming the president," Han Xiao said casually. Madison showed a long-lost smile and said earnestly, "Don't be discouraged. This is still too early for you. The future belongs to you." Han Xiao blinked with a playful expression. Although the exact storyline was different in his previous life, Madison's goal should not have changed. He knew a thing or two about it. In his previous life, Madison had both ambition and selfishness. He wanted to make the cake bigger so that the strength of the entire Beyond Grade A class would become his backing and help him advance further. The two of them had different ideas, but there were also parts that overlapped. At least for a very long time, Madison's goal would not be realized. If he wanted a strong enough backing, he would have to wait for the entire class to grow stronger over time. Han Xiao stopped thinking, pondered for 2 seconds, and asked, "Regarding the negotiation of the ultimate knowledges, what's the offer from the 3 universal civilizations?" Speaking of this, Madison stopped smiling and said with a meaningful tone, "The supercluster civilization." Han Xiao immediately understood and shook his head helplessly. It turned out that this was a move of using the association to deal with a more important opponent while destroying the association's credibility. "Will you agree to it?" "I don't know. We'll see." Madison did not answer. After saying this, his projection also went offline, leaving only Han Xiao in the conference room. Han Xiao looked at Madison's empty seat and suddenly chuckled. "Great director, this seat is not easy to sit in." Galaxy calendar year 730, July 11th, a sudden news bomb exploded in the flickering world. Nearly 100 Beyond Grade as jointly announced that due to the recent conflicts, they had decided to form a union-like organization to mediate the conflict between Beyond Grade as to reduce the public losses caused by the fighting. It was reported that the headquarters of this organization was located on planet Finn in the flickering world Emerald Star Cluster. The president was Madison of the Mecha Empire, and the vice presidents were Black Star and Han Xiao. There were nearly 100 Beyond Grade A members. The three universal civilizations publicly stated that they did not deny the legitimacy of this organization and called on all supers in society to follow this example and reduce the abuse of power. The flickering world beyond Grade A Development Union was officially established on that day. After a few months, after the explosive news of the rescue of Hela, countless citizens and organizations in the various star fields were once again in an uproar. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.